we are now
Wait,
live.
wait, can you wait 1 second so that she can get on? Or no?
I'm not honestly sure. 1 second.
All right, well, tell me if I'm on.
The screen does say live, just so you know.
Shampoo, are we live?
Hold on, please.
Okay.
Oh, here's Ebony Rose, and now we are live.
All right. Good evening, everybody. It is 5:30 p.m. on January 13th, 2021, and this public meeting of the District of Columbia State Board of Education is now called to order. The roll call will now be called to determine the presence of a quorum. Mr. Hayworth, could you call the roll?
Yes. Dr. Gasoi.
Present.
Mr. Chang.
Present.
Ms. Wattenberg.
Present.
Dr. O'Leary.
Present.
Mr. Parker.
Present.
Dr. Sutter.
Present.
Ms. Thompson.
Present.
Dr. Reid.
Present.
Mr. O'Sullivan.
Present.
Ms. Dell. Ms. Dell. Madam President, you have quorum.
Thank you. A quorum has been determined, and the State Board will proceed now with the business portion of this meeting, the very first of the new year. Each year, the State Board must elect a president and vice president to provide leadership and oversight. As the longest serving member of the State Board, it is my honor to serve as the election officer for the role of president. And we're going to go right into it because that is what our bylaws require. I will now entertain nominations for president. If you would like to nominate someone, please say so.
I'd like to nominate Representative Parker.
Okay. Representative Parker has been nominated. Are there any other nominations for president? Okay. Seeing none, we have one candidate for the position of president, Zachary Parker from Ward 5. Mr. Parker, would you like to take 1 minute to speak to us?
Sure. And thank you, Student Representative O'Sullivan. It means a lot for you to nominate me. I would just say that I would hope and I trust that my work on the board and in my ward to advance student interests, to elevate parent and educator concerns, and to center equity in not only our work, but how we discuss our work and approach it. And I trust that those things have earned your support tonight. And I really look forward to the work ahead over the year.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, the motion is now on the election of the president. Each member will be called and they will respond with the name of the candidate that they are voting for. Mr. Hayworth?
Dr. Gasoi.
Representative Parker.
Mr. Chang.
Representative Parker.
Ms. Wattenberg.
Representative Parker?
Dr. O'Leary.
My tie got in the way. Representative Parker.
Mr. Parker.
Representative Parker.
Dr. Sutter.
Representative Parker.
Ms. Thompson.
Representative Parker.
Dr. Reid.
Representative Parker.
Mr. Patterson.
And yes, I'm here for the roll call earlier, but Representative Parker as well for president. Thank you.
Mr. O'Sullivan.
Representative Parker.
Ms. Dell is absent. The the vote is unanimous for Mr. Parker.
Congratulations, Mr. Parker. Mr. President, I am turning over the rest of this meeting to you, including beginning with the election of the vice president. Congratulations. I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Representative Wattenberg. I will just say a few quick remarks and then take up the vote for vice president. Again, thank you, colleagues, for your vote and faith. I am truly honored and again, commit to elevating community concerns and centering educational equity in all that we do. If we are successful from a year from now, we will have deepened our focus on our equity framework, and as a result, centered our attention on outcomes for at-risk students, worked and advocated to increase representation of educators of color in our workforce and people of color generally through the functions of the board, and engaged in conversations around race and bias, both internally, but also how it plays out in the broader public. We will hope, I hope we will work collaboratively with district agencies and trusted stakeholders. And a year from now, we will be able to look back and say that our internal processes were strengthened, as well as the relationships with those who we work side by side with. I will end by just saying and making a few commitments to key stakeholders. To our students, we believe in you, and frankly, we owe you more. We commit to redoubling our efforts to ensure that you receive the quality education that each of you deserve. To our educators, we value you, we trust you, and we commit to deepening our efforts to listen to your concerns. And to our parents, we hear you and we welcome you and commit to ensuring that we engage you as we take up policy, but also to learn from your experiences. So with that, I will now entertain nominations for Vice President. After all nominations have been received, candidates will have an opportunity to address the body for 1 minute. Seconds are not needed for nominations. Are there any nominations for the role of Vice President?
I would like to nominate Representative Gasoi.
I accept the nomination.
Are there any other nominations? All right, seeing no further nominations, we have one candidate for the position for Vice President, Representative Gasoi of Ward 1. Representative, you will have 1 minute to speak to the board now.
Thank you so much, Representative Parker, and congratulations to you. And thank you to Representative O'Leary for nominating me. It's a real honor, and I appreciate it. So I just want to say that I am, again, really thrilled at this opportunity to put my candidacy forward to serve you as your Vice President on the State Board. And I swear that in my role as Vice President, I am committed to finding the best ways to leverage our collective strengths to make a difference for district students, educators, and families. And toward that end, I will work with President Parker to build a strong culture of collaboration and communication on the State Board that reflects what we are working to achieve within our school system as a whole. We look forward to tackling the priorities that our new colleagues bring and to completing projects in progress to update social studies standards, address teacher retention, work toward a well-rounded education for all students, and a well-balanced school accountability system focused on support. And finally, we are committed to work toward a more empowered State Board of Education, better positioned to bring the knowledge and experience of our stakeholders to inform the decisions that most impact their ability to lead, teach, and learn. So again, thank you to all of you and to Representative O'Leary for the nomination.
Thank you, Representative Gasoi. The motion is on the election of Vice President. Each member will be called and they will have an opportunity to respond with the name of their preferred candidate. And I would turn it over to Mr. Hayworth to call the roll.
Dr. Gasoi,
Representative Gasoi.
Mr. Chang,
Representative Gasoi.
Ms. Wattenberg,
Representative Gasoi,
Dr. O'Leary,
Representative Gasoi.
Mr. Parker,
Representative Gasoi.
Dr. Sutter,
Abstain.
Ms. Thompson,
Representative Gasoi.
Dr. Reid,
Representative Gasoi.
Mr. Patterson,
Representative Gasoi.
Mr. O'Sullivan,
Representative Gasoi.
Ms. Dell.
Representative Gasoi.
Mr. President, Dr. Gasoi has been elected as Vice President.
Congratulations, Vice President Gasoi. I really, truly look forward to working with you as I have worked closely with you over these last 2 years and believe you'll bring a lot to the board. Before we move forward with our agenda, I do want to take a moment of privilege to just give our outgoing president, Representative Weidenberg of Ward 3, a moment and hopefully briefly to just share some reflections as she transitions out of the role of leadership.
Thank you very much. And it's not even going to be that long. It's not even going to be reflections. I just wanted to take a moment to say to really the city and to my colleagues how honored I have been to be the president of the board for the past 2 years, along with Marcus Batchelor, who served with me as vice president for the same time. I know I speak for him when I say how much we loved it and appreciated it and honored it. I have enjoyed working with my colleagues on the dais today who were part of our last board. I have loved working with our stakeholders and our education leaders across the city. I am really excited to return to the role of member, not president, for the next period. And I am very, very excited to work with our new leadership and this wonderful new board. And can't wait. And that's it. Back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you again, Representative Weidenberg. Okay, members, we have received a draft agenda for tonight's meeting. Are there any corrections or additions that anyone would like to make to the agenda? Okay, seeing no changes, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, the motion being properly moved and seconded, I will ask for the yeas and nays. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say nay. All right, the motion is approved. Members, we have the minutes from our January 7th working session before us as well. Are there any corrections or addition to the minutes? Okay, seeing no changes, I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes. Is there a second? Or is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Awesome. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion being properly moved and seconded, I will ask for the yeas and nays. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say nay. All right, the motion is approved and we will move forward in our meeting agenda. Good evening to the public. My name is Zachary Parker, Ward 5 representative and now president of the State Board of Education. On behalf of the members of the District of Columbia State Board of Education, I welcome our guests and our viewing public to our Wednesday, January 13th public meeting. The State Board holds its regularly scheduled meetings on the third Wednesday of every month, but we have shifted this meeting to accommodate the inauguration activities expected next week for President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. The meeting is broadcast live via District Knowledge Network and also live streaming via YouTube. Our next official meeting of the State Board is our working session on February 3rd, 2021, held virtually due to the ongoing coronavirus pandemic. I also want to note that due to the winter break in many of our public schools, our February public meeting has been moved to February 26th. Tonight, we will continue discussions related to the impact of the pandemic on education, as we know that not all of our students are thriving in our virtual environment. And we also want to know that the pandemic, as the pandemic continues to spread, leaving vulnerable students behind, families and teachers want and need to return to school safely. We are also aware that not all educators feel heard or prepared to return to in-person learning, and that the next few months will be especially challenging. Our panel will talk tonight about what we know about learning loss for our students over the past year and what we can do to be ready for their return to the classrooms through in-person learning, summer programming, tutoring, and other options. The State Board will also consider a resolution brought by Vice President Gasoi related to outdoor learning opportunities. I'd like to now turn it over to our interim state superintendent, Shauna Young, at this time for a statement she has prepared for us.
Thank you. And thank you, President Parker, and good evening to everyone. Zach, congratulations on your election. It's clear that your peers put great faith in your leadership. And as interim superintendent, I look forward to working with you. The district, as you know, the district faces many complex challenges that have greatly tested us, but our resolve to continue to make sure that all of our students have the best education possible remains the same. At your working session earlier this month, my staff and I outlined the flexibilities that we'll be seeking with the U.S. Department of Education pertaining to assessment and accountability due to the ongoing pandemic. As a reminder, OSSE will now be calculating the STAR framework in the 2021 school year due to limited data, but we do plan to take steps to administer a statewide assessment in both remote and in-person settings as conditions allow. We believe that information gathered from this administration is important to understanding and responding to the strain that the pandemic has placed on our education system. Our state plan addendum and waiver is located on our website and is available for public comment until January 22nd. The comments may be submitted to DC School Report Card at dc.gov. That's DC School Report Card at dc.gov. As you may recall, the board approved guiding principles for the revision of our social studies standards. As a reminder to the public, applications for our technical writing committee remain open until January 22nd as well. We'd like to update the board that based on the feedback from the board's advisory committee, we are able to provide a stipend of $2,000 for successful completion of tasks and duties on the writing committee. Excuse me. The joys of working from home with a broken doorbell. Change in location. Goodness. As we were getting to funding for social studies and a stipend of $2,000 for successful completion of the tasks and duties on the committee. And we do hope that that will encourage applicants. And please share the word to anyone you know, any educators you know engaged in social studies to support us in this work. The application, along with information about the writing committee's function, is located on our website. Finally, I'm pleased that the board will be examining strategies to address learning loss with a panel of thought partners this evening. It's important that we determine the impact of the pandemic on academic achievement in a disciplined and rigorous manner, while also taking precautions to keep schools and communities safe. We need to take meaningful efforts to intervene and support students to catch up, and our students deserve no less. And thank you for pulling together a really meaningful panel this evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for sharing with us, Superintendent. And I also look forward to working with you and the rest of the OSSE team. Moving forward, we will entertain public comment. At every public meeting, we hear testimony for public witnesses on education-related matters. Your comments become part of our official record. If you would like to speak at a future public meeting, please contact our staff by email at sboe@dc.gov or by calling 202-741-0888. Tonight, we have more than 40 public witnesses. We will be holding to a strict time limit of 3 minutes per witness. While you speak, there will be a timer on the lower right portion of your screen. The timer will display how long you have been speaking. Mr. Hayworth will signal when there are only 30 seconds left with the timer. Following each group of 6 members, we will pause for questions from board members. Members, you will have 2 minutes for questions, and after each panel, that 2 minutes includes their questions, comments, and their answer. Because of the number of witnesses, every board member likely won't be responding to every panel, so don't be offended. Mr. Hayworth will call the witnesses as well as the question period. He will also mute witnesses or board members that exceed their allotted time, so apologies in advance. Mr. Hayworth, you may begin.
Thank you very much. Public witnesses who are watching on YouTube, please go to the YouTube channel and also our agenda online to check to see where you are in line to make sure that you've logged into the Zoom call at the appropriate time so that we can bring you into the meeting effectively. We will begin tonight with Ms. Fuchs.
Thank you. So today has been one of the most demoralizing days of my long and cynical history with DCPS. To begin, DCPS once again did not collaborate nor inform the WTU that they were engaging in an unscheduled, required all-day professional development for those who would be required to teach in person starting February 1. This full-day PD violates our newly signed memorandum of agreement, as well as causes teachers to need to scramble to cancel classes since some schools teach on Wednesdays. It became clear extremely quickly that DCPS not only didn't communicate the PD day to anyone far enough in advance, they didn't plan it. Despite wanting to engage in in-person learning since June, DCPS did not have a real professional development around the specifics for how we can keep our students safe if we are called back for in-person learning. We had to sit and be told today that the vaccine doesn't really matter because it won't reach herd immunity. We had to listen to someone say it was probably okay to give a student a hug. We had to listen to someone tell us that COVID is airborne like it was news. And we had to be gaslit and told science that has been consistently rebutted over and over again about transmission in schools. But that was expected. The afternoon was where I hoped to hear about specific ways to teach in a way that was both engaging and safe in COVID for secondary teachers. I sat in a session that was supposed to start at 12:45. 20 minutes in, a DCPS official shows up and says that we can watch some videos, which were all geared towards elementary schools. If this is the level of preparedness and care that DCPS puts into planning and training for reopening, then that just gives further evidence that we are not safe returning. I still have so many basic questions about day-to-day operations that I do not have answers to. I am not comfortable entering a classroom only knowing what I already knew from going to the grocery store: keep 6 feet of distance and wear a mask. I will now read the questions that we still don't have answers to from the testimony I gave back in June. I think I deleted maybe 3. What happens if we don't have all the PPE we need on any given day? How do we ensure fairness and equity in who can and must attend, both for students and staff? So far, Woodson has 1 student who signed up, so we're doing a lot of planning for 1 kid. Are we allowed to transition between classes? Is it safe? How will we ensure social distancing occurs outside the classroom? How will bathrooms be maintained? What if the furniture we have in our classrooms is not conducive to social distancing? Are teachers expected to balance the requirements of teaching both in person and online simultaneously? How will students and families be taught social distancing guidelines? How will social distancing be maintained in the physical environment? What kind of signage? How will student discipline be maintained? How do we create a loving and nurturing environment where rules must be strictly enforced for our health and safety? How can we teach from behind a mask and develop the interpersonal relationships that we rely on? What happens if a student violates the social distancing, health, and safety? And frankly, I've got like 20 more. The fact of the matter is there are far more questions we have answers for, and the metrics are simply not in our favor. As the people who will be expected to implement any hybrid learning approach, we should be at the table with the decision makers, and it still hasn't happened. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fuchs. Members, just so you know, we do have a, we're going to be going a little bit out of order because of the way that folks have logged into the call. So just bear with me. Mr. Radix-Carter. Mr. Carter, can you hear us? Okay, we'll wait on him for a second. Ms. Gottlieb.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Sasha Gottlieb. I've been a special educator in Ward 7 and a DC resident for 9 years. I'm not an epidemiologist, but it's my firm belief that any plan for reopening should be rooted in science and concrete plans. On Monday, the mayor boasted that we have the best reopening plan in the country. However, not once did she cite any facts to support her claim. While I'm not an epidemiologist, I am an English teacher, and I always teach my students that in order to make a strong argument, they need to support their claim with evidence. So tonight, I thought I'd present my argument that the current reopening plan is neither safe nor equitable. Here is my evidence. 1, the most recent COVID data shows that 430 DC residents tested positive for COVID in a single day. There is a daily case rate of 45.9, and COVID patients make up 13.1% of hospital patients. These metrics put us in phase 1 where schools are closed. If the numbers were too high to open in August and November, with this significant increase, it must be unsafe to reopen now. 2, the CARES classrooms were a tremendous failure. CARES invited only 400 students back, and despite the small numbers, 19 students and 64 staff members have tested positive. 3, the dangers of reopening disproportionately impact certain school communities. In DC, Black and Brown residents are being diagnosed at twice the rate of white residents, and the death rate is 6 times higher for Black residents. This racial disparity is the highest in the nation. 4, given number 3, it's perhaps not surprising that the push to reopen is being strongly led by parents in Ward 3, an affluent and predominantly white ward where the majority of parents polled wanted in-person opportunities. This is a stark contrast to Ward 7 and 8, where the virus has hit the hardest, where almost 70% of parents want to remain entirely virtual. 5, Fairfax, PG, and Montgomery County have all pushed back their reopen dates in reaction to rising numbers and the new UK variant. 6, the chancellor has claimed that each school got to pick the model that worked best for their communities. However, he failed to mention that the communities were forced to pick from 4 models and apply for approval from DCPS. 7, this plan does not provide adequate support for students with disabilities and may in fact disrupt their service hours depending on the school's model. 8, in-person learning is still virtual learning. Under this plan, most students will still be receiving instruction virtually while being in a classroom. The difference is that they will now be wearing a mask and be at a higher risk of COVID infection. Based on these reasons and many more, I urge the council to stand with teachers in urging the chancellor and mayor to pause on the arbitrary reopening on February 1st. As teachers are scheduled to receive the vaccine in a couple weeks, it's reasonable to assume that they could return safely in March. Additionally, with a new political leadership, it's possible that COVID mitigation efforts may go into effect within the coming weeks to successfully bring community spread down. In summary, the current plan is dangerous and does not serve students. In-person should be delayed until all COVID surveillance metrics fall into phase 2, and all teachers who wish to receive the vaccine can. Learning loss is important, but loss of life is unacceptable. We've waited this long so we can get the opening right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gottlieb. Mr. Radix-Carter?
Yes, I'm here. Am I able to start?
Yes, please do.
Okay, thank you. State Board of Education Ward Representatives, I must begin my testimony by saying thank you for the letter many of you wrote to Mayor Bowser last month, requesting funding to open more outdoor learning opportunities in DC public schools. Thank you for listening to the people's ideas on methods on how we can reopen our schools safely. I am extremely disappointed to say that our advocacy to make outdoor learning a viable option for schools and your letter have fallen on deaf ears among the leaders in the district. As of now, the chancellor and the mayor have not publicly addressed the option for schools to implement outdoor learning as part of reopening, nor have they stated that they make funds available for schools to do so. Under its current model, DCPS has yet to share what they are seeing that deem all schools safe for in-person learning. Teachers are very concerned that DCPS's plan still does not address equity, especially for vulnerable populations in the city who have expressed their choice to remain virtual over concerns that the school buildings, many of which are older and not fully renovated, if at all, are still not safe for their children to enter. The concern many teachers and families have is that in-person learning is being pushed for the benefit of families who live in the more affluent communities at the cost and health of less affluent ones. I write this testimony in fear because, as I mentioned, I am scheduled to turn to my classroom in person on February 1st. According to the chancellor, teachers are given the option to take the first shot of the COVID vaccine the week of January 25th. Assuming if teachers do get their first shot that week, we will not be fully vaccinated until late February to early March. That leaves myself, other teachers, and students at risk of contracting COVID during the first 4 to 6 weeks of reopening schools for in-person learning. In addition, DC's own metrics show that the city has more cases now than we've ever had at any other points in the pandemic. And according to DC's own data, our hospitals have insufficient capacity. Dr. Anthony Fauci stated that indoor gatherings, especially during the holiday season, are one of the leading causes of our current surge. At our in-person learning district professional meeting development this morning, Raj Sethi, president of Sethi and Associates International, stated, the most ideal classroom is everyone's outside, 6 feet apart with more with good ventilation. If DCPS openly admitted to teachers that outdoor learning is the most ideal model during this time, why has outdoor learning not been promoted as a viable option for schools to explore? Given our current surges of cases, it would make more sense to hold off in-person learning until term 4 when the weather will be warmer and less worry about being outside due to the cold. It can also provide time for schools interested to implement outdoor learning time to be trained and explore the possibilities of how it can work in the context of their schools, curriculums, and classes. DC's current remodeling plan is once again disrupting classes, curriculum, and most importantly, community trust. Right now, I'm furious that my curriculum and outdoor learning efforts that many of you are aware of are again on hold as I prepare to lose my current makeup of my class and reinvent my curriculum once again. My frustration and the frustration of others in the city would be abated if DCPS and the mayor took the time to listen to us and empower us to make reopening decisions based on the schools and communities that we teach. Thank you.
Very much. Ms. Morris.
Hello, how are you guys doing? Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm coming to you as someone who has been upset with the school systems within the Ward 7 school circuit. While I was at work, I overheard a teacher saying that the Mormons were slave abolitionists, which made me curious as to who was the authors of their textbook. By note, to my surprise, no names was written down in their book. However, the sources were mainly comprised of weekly readers of scholastic news magazines and newspaper clippings. As a person who has grown up on scholastic news as supporting information of what I was learning in school, I wouldn't want bullet point articles to be the prime source of our children's history education. Have we gone away with purchasing books of authors that are authored by assorted PhDs to save the city money? I had wanted to mention xylophone instruments that were given out to fifth graders this year at another Ward 7 school. When the instruments were mentioned from the teacher, I had only imagined that they were large xylophones that would be received when that were given to me when I was at their same age. I was deeply disappointed that they gave the children toy instruments that you would give to an infant just to create noise. I would like for us to do better for our children. I have recently asked Chairman Phil Mendelson what is the standard of education, in which he responded that our system is compared to other larger cities throughout the United States. I could only imagine that this would include cities such as New York or Philadelphia, which are also failing education systems. I want to encourage our board to advocate that we utilize the best systems across the United States and mirror their practice. It is embarrassing that our neighbors, such as Montgomery County and Fairfax County, seem to consistently get it right when it comes to their children, but I'm only asking for the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Stamper.
Good evening. My name is Patricia Stamper, and I'm the parent of Pete Jr. and Patrick. Today, Patrick turned 2. My family and I live in the Deanwood neighborhood located in Ward 7. I'm also a DC Public School employee serving our youngest Washingtonians in Ward 6 at Minor Elementary School. I am also the Ward 6 Empower Ed Fellow and the Secretary of the Deanwood Citizens Association. My testimony will state my opinion as a DC Public School parent, DC Public School employee, then as a Ward 7 resident. I want to extend a specific Ward 7 Deanwood congratulations to the State Board of Education Ward 7 representative, Ms. Ebony Rose Thompson. Thank you, Ebony Rose. I look forward to working with you to support schools here in my Ward 7 neighborhood of Deanwood. Also, congratulations to President Parker and Vice President Gasoi. Now, as a DC school parent, these are my questions. These are all the questions I kept asking myself. Did we spend, as a parent, this is what I asked myself, did we spend enough quality time with our children today? Did we review his sight words and numbers for today? Did we make the right choice by putting Pete Jr. in a pod and sending Patrick back to daycare? Should we accept the seat when it's offered to us for in-person learning? Will my child be able to adjust again to more students being added to his virtual classroom on Microsoft Teams if we decline the in-person learning seat? Will the administration at my son's school in Ward 5 implement an outdoor learning plan? These are my DC Public School employee questions. Will all the students show up today on Microsoft Teams? Will Teams work right today? Will Canvas work correctly today? Am I really ready to go back to the school building in person? Will DC Public Schools mandate that I get vaccinated in order to keep my job? Will I have to quarantine? If I have to quarantine, who's going to take care of my kids? Will I have a poor performance evaluation because I can't convince my students to keep their mask over their nose and mouth? Will my school administration support and implement an outdoor learning plan that can keep that can be an option for in-person learning? Can Mayor Bowser mandate that all DC public schools have an outdoor learning plan by the end of school year 2021 and implement that outdoor learning plan in school year 2021-22? Can Mayor Bowser and Chairman Mendelson bring back the Education Committee as soon as possible? Now, these are my questions as a Ward 7 resident. Will the children in my community truly benefit from in-person learning? Will the schools in my neighborhood be prepared with the mental health services that will be needed for the students who return to in-person learning? Will the staff at the local schools be ready mentally, physically, and emotionally to return to in-person learning? What can I do to support my in-person learning at my schools in the Deanwood neighborhood? How can I assist and support these schools with in-person learning via my position as the Deanwood Citizens Association Secretary? What can I do to support a safe passage for my students in my neighborhood as they walk to school, to and from school as in-person learning resumes? I ask all these questions because I haven't gotten any answers to them. As Ms. Laura said earlier, another colleague here, H.D. Woodson, a Ward 7 resident, I felt gaslighted today. And I felt like it was a substitute teacher that pulled up in my professional development today when they arrived rather late. But with that being said, I'm willing and open to take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Ms. Stamper. Ms. Tedeschi.
Hello, good evening, members. My name is Desiree Tedeschi, and I am the special education coach at Whittier Education Campus. I just want to first state that what I expressed tonight is not towards my school personally, but to DCPS and the mayor, because I personally feel my principal has been doing an amazing job throughout this. So I'm speaking tonight because I have seen what people in this city are saying about us. It is heartbreaking and infuriating. We love our students and we can't wait to be back in person, but we know it is not safe yet. This is hard for everyone for their own reasons, but it is not our job or responsibility as educators to fix the economy or relieve the responsibilities of others when the outcome will be lives lost. I have several concerns with the DCPS reopening plan that staff in central office most likely do not even have on their radar. First, the ECE, specifically the special education ECE classrooms, and I was a teacher for 5 years in the ECE CES classroom, is obviously toileting, which will have to be done several times a day. The wearing of masks with our little ones, and then nap time where obviously masks will be removed so they can sleep. So again, just not sure why a half day for ECE wasn't an option. And then just ensuring that we do have enough PPE besides gloves and masks, because in a normal year, we run out of gloves on a regular basis. Also, transportation. On a good day, transportation can be awful. The potential of bus drivers refusing to allow students on bus without masks. This will disrupt the child and the parent's day from the beginning. And then also with pickup in the PM, again, on a good day, buses can be extremely late. Who will wait with the students when the buses are late? And I have experienced buses being 1 to 2 hours late in the past. Speaking on the vaccine, I did watch the mayor's meeting with the Ward 3 Democrats, and her words when asked about the vaccine was that they are shooting for January 25th, and it could be sooner, but she doubts it, but it could also be later, and we are supposed to be going back on February 1st. And those were her exact words. Also speaking on the vaccine, yesterday, OSSI and the DC Health were supposed to have a vaccine information session for educators at 10 a.m., which already was an issue that it was scheduled for 10 a.m. during a school day, but the session didn't even happen due to tech issues. So for 45 minutes, we were signed on while they tried to fix this. And as you can imagine, people started to express their concerns and frustration in the chat box. Then somebody randomly came on and said they will email updated information, and then the session ended and everybody was kicked off. So if they can't even manage to hold an information session on the vaccine, you can imagine how little faith and trust we have in actually having a safe reopening and vaccine plan. Ms. Gottlieb already touched on the numbers of positive cases just with the few classes open currently. And then also with the PD sessions, I know several colleagues whose questions couldn't go through because they're always screened to only allow certain questions that fit their agenda. I knew I wasn't going to get it all in 3 minutes, but that's why I submitted my testimony for you guys to continue to read later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, we will follow the regular process, and for new members, if you do have a question for this panel, please use the raise your hand feature so that I can make sure that we call in order. For those public witnesses that have not yet been able to submit their written comments to me, please do so, and I will add them to our record. Ms. Thompson.
Good evening. I have a question for a couple of the witnesses. So first for Laura, she mentioned that there were 3 questions that came off her list, which I assume means they were answered. So I'm curious if she can share which questions those were that came off of her list.
I think it was like, what PPE do we get? So like, I know we get a mask and I know we get a face shield. That was, I think, one of them. And probably some similar to that, like kind of very basic stuff.
Okay, that's helpful. Ms. Stamper, happy birthday to Patrick. You were our sample testimony in our training, so it's good to hear you live and in person because it was wonderful, but they didn't quite do you justice.
Oh, sorry.
I'm wondering if you can share the questions you listed with us, or if you've already submitted your testimony.
I did. I re-emailed it to Mr. John Paul.
Okay.
Yes, I just wanted to add to Laura that they also said, since I'm in elementary school, I will get, like, so you see that I have on this, they'll give me a smock, a PPE smock for my entire body. They will also give us goggles, gloves, unlimited glove use. The questions, the fear in a lot, because we have to change a lot of these students, special ed students that cannot physically change and toilet themselves. And a lot of that's a real high anxiety concern for my colleagues, especially in self-contained classrooms. And sorry, he was getting change. So some of the classrooms are not properly equipped with the equipment that we need. For instance, we do not have changing tables in the classrooms. So we were literally taking this specific child that weighs about as much as Patrick, carrying him on our hip down the hallway or in his wheelchair to a changing table to change him, or putting him on putting a pad out on a desk and changing him. Now, because of COVID, the one thing I did here, I don't have to work with several cohorts. Before, I was working with minimum 9 to 10 classes a day. Now I can only work with 2. So to limit my exposure, I wanted to add on to what Laura was saying, to limit my exposure. Now every staff member can only work with 2 cohorts. So, and that's specific to my school and throughout DCPS, but especially as a SPED educator, that's important to me because I was exposing myself to several children in several classes because I literally covered the whole entire early childhood and sometimes parts of kindergarten and first grade. So I had a very high rate of exposure. So to decrease that, I'll have goggles, I'll have gloves, I'll have the total smock that we'll be able to change certain things out daily and weekly for the goggles and the mask.
Thank you very much.
My time is up. My time is up, but I'm happy I know you. I'm happy to talk to you about all of those.
Sorry, I didn't even realize the timer. I was distracted by my son. I'm so sorry.
The dog figured it out, so I'll let us go on.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Dr. Reid.
Thank you. The first question, I have 2 questions. The first question is for Desi. What communication strategy, or what has been communicated about the mitigation strategy for transportation for children with special needs?
It's been spotty just because when we didn't know what was happening with reopening, when it was getting close to November, it was just like we would get random emails just like, hey, we're still figuring everything out, but once we know more, we'll let you know. So now that we're moving forward, when we opened our CARES classroom, which I think was in the beginning of December, I did have a couple of students who wanted transportation. So I was able to put in that request, but then the students backed out, so they didn't need the transportation. Anyway, so Monday they started calling families for February 1st, and I believe we have till Friday to enter the transportation request. So far I've only been told of 1 student that needs transportation, so I'll put in that request. But I mean, I'm not knocking any person or any role, but I just know that if there's a little more leeway sometimes with the buses. So if a student shows up waiting for the bus and doesn't have a mask on, I mean, there's a chance that they could be refused to get on the bus, and that could be an ongoing daily issue to getting the child to school, which is disruptive to begin with. And then also with picking up. I mean, there's always delays in a normal school year. So it's just concerning all around with transportation. Sorry.
Gotcha. So it sounds like spotty. Ms. Stamper or Mrs. Stamper, quick question. Could you elaborate on the teams in 30 seconds? What's going on with the increased enrollments?
Increased enrollment, what I've been told is that our class size, say for instance, my son's class has 20 students. It will increase to approximately 40 to 45 students. He's in kindergarten. There are several students that in his specific class that he's been in school with since pre-K 3 that I know for a fact have IEPs. Therefore, it's going to be harder for them to pay attention, harder to have proper engagement with these students. It's a mixed age kind of group of kids that my son is an early kids, so it would be more difficult to properly engage, get feedback. It's gonna be a little harder for kindergartners. Let's put it like that.
That's my time. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Dr. O'Leary.
This is really frustrating, I'm sure, to everyone. Is there anyone that feels that you're closer to wanting to go back to the building than you were in June?
Negative.
That's what I feel. I just want to make a public service announcement that it's time for the chancellor and the mayor and the leaders of the city to look at what's going on in reality and to start thinking about the parents and the students and the people who work in the buildings before they make any decisions. I don't have any questions.
Thank you, Dr. O'Leary. Mr. Patterson.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I want to thank all the teachers that are on right now and just testified for what you do each and every day for our students. Upon getting my email, my official email, I received several from your cohorts, your peers, who said while they were identified as going back on the 1st, they had major concerns about just receiving the vaccine on the 25th. So what I did is I inquired. I told them that I was not in the position where I could change anything with this administration or had that authority, but that I would advocate on their behalf. So I contacted several council members. The one that was most active was Robert White in responding to me and saying that he would advocate along with me to try to get the date moved up, knowing that they're not happy that they're going back, but if they could at least get their shots in time to be immune by the time the 1st came, that would help them out to have a little bit more confidence in the process that's happening right now. He just emailed me literally as we started this meeting and said that he has inquired, that there was not a lot of support for moving the date up, but that he is willing to continue to push that at least at the very minimum that you receive the vaccine before the 25th. I looked it up. It is categorized as a 1B tier 1 and teachers are 1B tier 2. And it can easily, with no logistics, be moved up. There's no big thing about moving you to tier 1. So what I would say, I don't have a question, but it's that I would gladly be willing to support you. I inquired to another teacher, which is my daughter's teacher, who is going back, and she stated the same thing in person, which I tweeted about yesterday, that we are willing, I am willing, and I'm sure some of the members here, to build the capacity to say, let's move this up to at least those teachers who have been identified can get their shot as early as possible, starting immediately, and there is nothing that should hinder them from getting their shots. Thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Vice President Gasoi.
Thank you, and thank you to all the teachers and our parent who testified today. First of all, I just want to say that the questions that you all shared with us, they're really helpful. Just to know that there are so many questions still is important, right? And so we will take note of those and use them. But I guess I have a question about the cases that have been reported after just a few weeks in the care classrooms. Have teachers had an opportunity to raise that as an issue, and have you received any communication from the district about, whether that has any impact on their decision-making or any communication about that at all?
All I can say that I know is that President Davis met with the chancellor along with other union presidents, brought this exact issue up, and they showed no sign of moving it. And anytime it's been raised, DCBS's responses were looking at a holistic set of measures, which seems to mean holistically avoiding looking at any metric that doesn't make their plan work.
I would like to also add that the ASME, I'm part of Local 20. Our union president basically advised us to be safe in returning to in-person learning, that we really don't have a choice because the mayor did not realize how much that paraprofessionals actually do in the classroom. She thought she didn't realize as many duties and assignments and how much training that we have. Therefore, we were advised not to publicly speak out as a union and to just prepare for in-person learning to go back, that we would be selected, especially if we were identified as special ed educational, like that was your specific people you work with. So you basically were told a long time ago to go back, that you were going back and to be ready to go back.
Thank you. That's helpful. I don't have time, right?
Apologies. No, you don't. Mr. O'Sullivan.
Thank you, John Paul, and thank all of you guys for coming here, especially in the middle of everything that's going on. Every single time at the state board public meetings, whenever we have a lot of public testimony, it's always like teachers. It's probably like 120% teachers. And so that just means so much considering for all of the stuff you guys do. And one thing I was just thinking about just now was, have any of you all been able to ask your students about what they think about going back to school?
Yes, I have. We talked about it last Thursday. They said long as they can go back and hide in a tunnel or a bubble, they would feel safer. I work with self-contained SPED class, early learning supports, and that's what they want to do.
Okay.
Similarly, I pulled my class this week just to kind of gauge interest, and they all said they obviously want to be back in school, but I only had one student who said they would feel safe returning currently.
And I received word that some teachers have been messaged that if they are perceived as having maybe put out negative thoughts about reopening to parents or students, that they will get reprimanded by their principals for DCPS. So
this is true.
That's dissuading people from, at least on some situations, from talking with their students and parents about it, depending on how it could be viewed.
Also, what I have told parents is I have a child with special needs. One has asthma, one has Noonan syndrome. If I was to be a parent that would send my kid back, then they get sick, and I have to be with them in children's. I've gone and had to have surgery on my son during the pandemic. It was very scary. It was only me and my child there. My husband couldn't go, my son couldn't. It was just me and him. So I wouldn't wish that on any parent.
Thank you all, and thank you guys for coming here again.
Thank you very much. I will note for members, we have received anonymous testimony for this for public comment, and the individuals did note that they felt that they might be impacted at their job if they put their name on the testimony. So I do want to note that as well. President Parker, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you all for joining this evening. I have two, maybe three. Mr. Radix-Carter, you seem to suggest that the class size that you have now, or the classes that you're working with now virtually, very well may be different than the ones you might have in person. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And can you speak to briefly the transition that you're going through or that you're being supported? How are you communicating with those students, those parents, passing that information along to other educators? Have you all received support around that?
To be quite honest, we're still working through this as staff.
Got it.
So right now, I cannot give any families really any information because we don't, while we have like a baseline, we don't have any specifics yet. So as of now, I have not been able to say anything to my families yet. I haven't had the discussion with my kids yet as far as what's going to happen to them.
Thank you, fair enough. This is open to anyone. I attended the Student Advisory Committee's meeting this week, and it really struck me how much these times are weighing on our students. Can you all just speak to what are you all, what supports are schools putting in place to deal with students' mental health, or just those, or even educators' mental health, if anything?
Well, at my school, Mr. Robinson, he's the head of the wellness committee. He's a PE teacher. We have had like optional little game nights at Minor where we log onto a Zoom, we talk about our feelings.
To clarify, so that's like just a school-based initiative, not
School-based,
so much.
yes, it was.
Yes, offering services.
We've had our community table, our minor community tables. We've had the minor garden play dates and play thing. We give out food and have an open space. We did the tree giveaway, and it's pretty much in the community garden. And we've had, I think they had one ECE play date, but it was more so the parents putting together and the minor equity team supporting it.
Thank you.
Thank you all, members of the public. Sorry, Shayla, I didn't see your hand. Go ahead.
As Alex was saying, I want to thank all of you guys for coming and providing your testimony in the midst of everything that's going on, not only politically within our nation, but also within DCPS and as a community with what we're going through. And my question is for the teachers. In regards to DCPS's process in creating the plan they have presented, was there a time in which as teachers you all were consulted for feedback or input, or is it that your feedback fell on deaf ears? And anyone can take that question.
Laura, go ahead.
It's a no. There were the community, like we had little groups in the schools that met, but as Ms. Gottlieb mentioned, we only had 4 plans we could choose from. Woodson, ours got rejected. So we weren't the only ones to get rejected, and then something new just sprung up in its place. So no, we're pretty much shut out every turn. The unions are official bargaining center. They don't get talked to, which is why we keep having to go back to the version of court, labor court, I guess, to deal with it. So I mean, no, not at all.
To elaborate on that, my union was pretty much told, since we were supposed to get money, we won a negotiation. Emergency legislation was pushed through the council. I believe it was on March 10th or 3rd. We won that. Because we won that, we were afraid to speak out as a union because we were due to get more money and an increase that was already in writing. So we were fear of being retaliated against. So we feel now that our sister union, Washington Teachers Union, I'm saying this only as an opinion, but I'm speaking on my behalf, that they were targeted by the mayor because of their poise and their position and saying only when it's safe. As a result, it seems as if they're being made an example out of. And ask me if we see this happen to ET15, of course it can happen to a paraprofessional or behavior tech.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members of the public panel, we appreciate very much your testimony. As I said earlier, if you have not provided written testimony, please feel free to send it to me at any time, and I'll put it up to the on our record. At this time, I would ask you to go ahead and leave this Zoom call and resume watching on the Zoom, so I can bring rewatching on the YouTube, so that I can bring in the next panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Members of the public panel that are currently joining us, thank you for being here. We are going to be sticking to a strict time limit today of 3 minutes. So we can begin with Mr. Jayaraman.
Thank you very much. I'm Chander Jayaraman. I have, for the past 8 years, served as ANC Commissioner in 6B and the last 4 as Chair, Vice Chair. And I'm here, I appreciate you hearing testimony from the public. I'm here to speak on the benefits of outdoor classrooms. And just from talking to parents across Capitol Hill, Hill East, Ward 6, it's become clear to me that there is a desire from parents as well as the children that they want to see their friends. They want to see other kids. They want to go back to school. But we all know that the public health emergency continues, and I would not want to say anything about when is the right time to go back. But what I do want to say is that we have a real opportunity to begin planning for a variety of options that will allow the greatest number of parents to have confidence that their school system is prepared to welcome students back in. One of those options is outdoor classrooms. I encourage the school board to push the Bowser administration to provide additional funding to look at this concept, because it has been independently peer reviewed. It has shown much success in other parts of the country. And I hope that at some point that we will be able to do that here. Our most vulnerable children in the city, there's not just a loss of learning, there's also a loss of societal connection. And it's been more than one time I've heard from parents, they say, you know what, my son used to, or daughter used to be such an extrovert, loved to go out, and now they won't even come out of their rooms. This is a real mental health and change that has occurred. And I think someday we'll look back on this time period and there'll be a study in what happened to our children during this time frame of COVID. And what we do now is going to have greater ramifications in the long term, and not just on their learning, but also in their social and mental development as they become teenagers and adults. And I think we need to keep that in mind, that it's not just about learning, but also is about the whole child, and that we need to make sure that we provide the opportunities so that parents feel confident to send their kids back to school. Teachers feel confident that there are options for them, and not just indoor classroom, but there's a variety of options for them to be able to educate. And I know many of them told me, I can't wait to be with my students because that's what I got into this profession for. And we want to provide that, and we can do that through outdoor learning. And I know just in my area, there are fields, there are parking lots, a variety of areas that can be converted to just accomplish just that. And I encourage you, the school board, to take up this cause and provide options for all of our families. I thank you for listening to me today, and I'll be glad to take any questions you have.
Thank you very much. Ms. Silverman.
Hi, thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm here to represent my experience with outdoor education. I am a K through 12 special education teacher. I was teaching in a classroom when the shutdown happened in San Diego. I moved to Washington, D.C. during the pandemic and continued teaching online in San Diego until July. When I found myself in between teaching positions, I decided that it was an opportunity to literally think outside of the box. And I threw my name in for a pre-K pod. This was not within my range of experience, but I really was having a difficult time with the thought voluntarily going back into virtual learning space. So there was a cooperative of families who had their kids outdoors since June, and they were looking for a more formal academic pod experience for them. They brought me on as their teacher. We started with 4 students. We teach I'm at RFK, the field at RFK. We are in the summertime, we were under the pavilion, which is a large outdoor shelter, open on all sides. And then there was this big question that came up in the colder months, if we were going to be able to remain outdoors. We decided to be brave, to be bold, and to have a positive mindset about keeping the students outdoors. I'm proud to say that since the beginning of the school year, we have been outside every single school day successfully. We have found joy in all of the challenges that come with being outdoors in the elements. The program has evolved with the elements. We have pop-up tents that the students have their lunch in on their coldest days. The parents have cooperated with making sure that the students are prepared with the proper clothing to get them through the day. We all understand that this is a gift of privilege, that we're able to be outside safely and to be clothed appropriately for the elements. But we also see that this is hopefully we're setting the example that with the proper funding and support, it is absolutely possible to be outside and to learn successfully. All of my students have made progress in all of the learning objective areas and the behavior objective areas. And I would love to be able to consult with any school. Sorry, I'm very, very nervous. This is also not a good forum for me, but I would be happy to share my experience safely being outdoors with the students. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ifill.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It kind of got away from me. Sorry. Thank you. Greetings. Good evening to members of the board. My name is David Ifill, and I'm a second-year DC music teacher, but I've been teaching music for over 15 years. I love what I do, and there is nothing that is more satisfying to me than to go back in front of my band and orchestra and do what I was born to do, which is teach the future and make music. But the reality for all of us is that it'll be a long time before things go back to normal again. In addition to being a teacher, I actually suffer from severe asthma and clinical anxiety disorder. I have to take inhalers and medication every day. So so the CDC right now would consider me a high risk person. Since this pandemic, I have numerous trips to the hospital and urgent care for various illnesses, including a recent stay in a surgical ICU where there was a complication with a recent procedure. In my stay, I was in the same ward as patients that were fighting COVID. There was nothing more scarier than when I would hear a code blue in the hallway and the doctors and nurses would run to a patient's room for a life-threatening emergency. Thank God I got through the ordeal without contracting COVID myself. But to know that we did not have a decrease in the number of our COVID cases, but even more now COVID cases as opposed to a few months ago. And for our students and parents to have the prospect of going back into buildings and have even the possibility for their family members may end up in the ICU wards like I was over the summer is frightening. I told that story because I wanted you to understand that this COVID disease is not something that is to be played with or is to be used as a political tactic. This is real. More and more schools overseas see the writing on the wall and have preemptively decided to shut down their school systems in order to stop the spread. If we open our schools, it is only a matter of time before there is a big spike in cases in our region. And as you see from our numbers that haven't gone down in months, we can't afford any more people getting infected. With the introduction of this new variant of COVID, the lack of widespread cleaning and disinfecting of schools and the lack of transparency among those cleaning and disinfecting of schools, I, along with many other educators, are very concerned about DC schools being open so soon. We know students learn better in person. However, with this plan, we are mostly doing things, still mostly doing things virtual. I believe this plan, the hybrid plan is worse than all virtual because it does not achieve consistency. I know that the virtual learning was wobbly at the first couple of weeks, But now students, I believe, I see are adapting quickly to the all virtual learning. Having hybrid education is just throwing a wrench to an already confusing school year for our students. The few chosen students are now told to go to a space where they can't interact. They have to stay in one place. We all know which is hard for our DC students. And now to tell them to go look at a screen for maybe 1 or 2 days out of the week is kind of hard for our students to even do. We will see achievement gap even worse with this lack of consistency. I know in my school, students are now adapting to our virtual environment and are even thriving. My students are enjoying learning music through our virtual education. I urge you to help us not spread our COVID situation worse and put our teachers and staff at risk. Montgomery County did the right thing by postponing and reassessing in-person learning until March 15th. Be on the right side of history and let us go back to school only when it is completely safe. Thank you
so much. Ms. Baum. Ms. Baum, can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Not at all. Begin when you're ready.
Okay. Hi, my name is Maya Baum. I'm a 4th grade teacher in Ward 4 in DCPS and an Equity and Justice co-chair with Empower Ed. Our city and our country is currently facing multiple crises and pandemics right now. The time to go on with business as usual has long passed, and it's time for us to pause and ensure the safety of our communities and reflect on our current systems. What is working? What is only holding back of white supremacy and injustice? One of those systems is our current school rating system. This last administration of the School Board of Ed, a very comprehensive report on the problematic nature of our current rating system. I'm here today to ask the board to continue these discussions and to move our city away from the current rating system and towards a dashboard system. There are numerous studies and experts who've written about the inaccuracy and the harm that standardized testing does to schools, teachers, and most importantly to students. Studies have shown how racist and classist these tests are, which is a whole nother testimony for another time. Each year during park season, I have to watch helplessly as students struggle with these tests despite being engaged learners, have breakdowns from the stress of testing, and become disengaged with learning. After seeing this, I do not believe that these test scores accurately reflect my students' learning. Our school rating system is comprised largely of park scores. The argument is that this tells parents the type of learning and level of academic achievement that takes place at school. But what does it mean if we are rating schools with inaccurate information? I think standardized tests can be a useful tool. It should not be used for evaluative purposes, not for students, not for teachers, and definitely not for schools. By moving towards a dashboard model, we can more accurately represent each school in the district. A lot of people argue it is easier for parents to go by a rating system. And I argue that actually disempowering to families and is assuming families are not smart or capable enough to navigate that information. And we know that our families care and want to be informed. Whatever our school rating system is based on, that is what will be prioritized in our schools and in our classrooms. Imagine if we had a school rating system that's focused on parent engagement, teacher retention, student satisfaction, and student programming rather than standardized testing. I think we could have a really amazing school system. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Caroline Sue.
Hi, good evening. My name is Caroline Sue, and this is my 5th year working in DC as a teacher. I'm just here tonight to express my concern and frustration regarding DCPS and the mayor's lack of clearly defined health metrics and consideration for teachers' physical safety and mental wellness in their reopening plan for term 3. I'm bewildered and disheartened by DCPS's decision to continuously disregard teachers' needs to take care of ourselves and our family with the way that they treat us throughout the whole pandemic. There's no transparency in their decision-making process, and the plan to reopen school is not driven by science. Cases at DC are at all-time high. There were 430 cases reported yesterday, and the CARES classrooms that were just open a few weeks ago are now reporting positive cases here and there. And the most basic questions that I have, what specific health metrics are used to drive the decision to reopen schools, was never answered. I think it's a very basic question, but I guess that's too much to ask. It's as if the call to flatten the curve has never existed. Over the past week, I've been repeatedly reminded of how apparently our lives don't matter. On Monday, the mayor said during the press conference that vaccine rollout has nothing to do with the reopening schedule. During professional development this morning, the health experts said that we couldn't achieve herd immunity by February 1st, so we shouldn't have to worry about not being vaccinated anyways. Well, thanks, because I guess now my family's life don't matter either. I live with my parents. Vaccines might protect me because I know I will likely get it, either on January 25th or soon. But I can still spread the virus to them. They won't be able to get the vaccines until later because they are just potentially at risk according to CDC guidelines. And there's no way I will feel comfortable returning until then. I'm sorry I sound bitter because I am. Teaching is my passion, and I love every single one of my students. They're my absolute joy and the reason why I'm still going to work every single day. I've been looking forward to finally interact with them in person when the virus is controlled and conditions allow us to safely reopen. However, this won't be achievable without clearly defined health metrics. This forced reopen plan is a slap in my face to that hope to meet my students safely. And I truly regretted ever becoming a teacher at this point, because somehow becoming a teacher means I should disregard my health and safety and putting my parents' health in danger along the way. The mayor and DCPS, their complete disregard to public health metrics and teachers' wellness need to be addressed immediately because our lives are not for sale. Thank you and apologize for all this mess.
Thank you very much. Ms. Sanchez.
Good evening and welcome to the new representatives. Also, please excuse how quickly I'm going to speak. I'm a DCPS teacher and a teacher diversity co-chair with EmpowerEd. I'm excited to work with everyone on this board towards a more diverse teacher workforce in DC. OSSE's 2019 Teacher Workforce Report revealed various examples of gaps between the racial and ethnic makeup of the teacher workforce and our student population. For the sake of time, I'll refer you to this report, but it's important to note that in some schools where Latinx students represent the vast majority of the student population, there might just be 2 to 3 Latinx teachers. While the numbers tell one story, they don't get even close to telling the stories of countless students who would benefit from a teacher who looks like them and who can relate to them racially and culturally. We can see this best when we consider the spaces created in classrooms all over the city to allow students to express and process their thoughts and emotions about the pandemic, the racially charged events of the summer, and even the recent events of January 6th. How powerful would it be if all students in the district with a majority Black student population could process these events with a Black teacher? I think back to the day after the 2016 election when my class of majority Latinx students, many of whom were first-generation immigrants like myself, looked to me to create a space to process their fear, anger, and disappointment. I can try to paint you a picture, but I think you understand when I say that it just hits differently when the person you are talking to about your identity being threatened is someone who shares that identity. This can explain why studies show the benefits of representation in the classroom and on student outcomes. What's more, we know that diverse schools retain diverse teachers. A diverse teaching force changes the landscape of racial dynamics at a school and can have the power to produce environments where every adult in a building can feel motivated, prepared, and hopeful about implementing anti-racist practices. My group at EmpowerEd proposes focusing our efforts on creating a diverse, sustainable teacher pipeline. Luckily, we can look to successful examples in states like Washington and neighboring Maryland. We propose a two-pronged approach and invite you to meet with us to help us refine, develop, and enact it. The first route would target Black paraprofessionals and provide them with the support and training to come back to our schools as teachers in an area where racial gaps are large, for example, in ECE classrooms. Another route would target Black and bilingual Latinx high school students who are willing to make a commitment to teach in high-need subject areas in our schools. Importantly, participants in both groups would be awarded scholarship funds and be part of a cohort led by a racially and culturally diverse mentor teacher who would support them in persisting towards degree completion and passing DC licensure requirements like the praxis. Why these groups? Well, paraprofessionals tend to stay much longer than teachers and are much more likely to come from and represent the communities that they serve. And while the high school track would take a lot longer to bear fruit, we think that this might be the answer to a truly sustainable teacher pipeline. Funding always seems to be the reason given for why programs aren't implemented, even though they're no-brainers and there's evidence that they work. But I also know that when it's a priority, the funding kind of gets figured out. So let's do this.
Thank you very much. Members, we're going to follow the same process for questions. If you have a question, please use the raise your hand feature. Dr. O'Leary.
Yes, I'm so glad that y'all took the time to come and re-educate us. I want the public to understand that there aren't any teachers that want to be at home, that all the teachers want to be back in the classroom with their students. They can't, they're hurting every day when they're not with their students. And if you hear that through everybody's testimony. And one thing that hasn't happened, I celebrated my 50th anniversary on the 4th of January starting in DCPS and starting as an educator. And I'm proud of all 50 years. But one thing that when I talk to younger teachers, of course, everyone's younger, but that I talk to them about, what do? We adjust. Teachers adjust every hour of their day when they're teaching. And what's happened with the system right now with the mayor and the chancellor is that they aren't adjusting. They aren't listening to the teachers, to the educators, and figuring out what they can do to make things. They got a little set of guidelines, and they're not flexible at all. And what we have to do as citizens is we have to raise our voices. We on the State Board of Education right now don't have a real voice except for this, but you all have friends and neighbors and colleagues, and we have to have an educational revolution in this city. And I appreciate everything that y'all say. I really don't have any questions because I agree with everything you say. Thank you so much for coming and for showing up, because a lot of people are in fear because of the way the system puts fear in their hearts, and you don't feel that way.
Thank you, Dr. O'Leary. Dr. Gasoi.
Thank you. First, I just wanted to, thank you all, and thank you for the passion and the courage that you bring to your testimony. Mr. Jayaraman, I hope I said that right. I want to connect with you, so I'll just follow up with you to hear about interest in Ward 6. I'm really excited that you testified. And Ms. Sanchez, hi, Isa, how are you? You know that the State Board has, put forward resolutions that touch on what you are talking about. And also, I just wanted to say that the Office of the Student Advocate is actually working on exactly what you're talking about, the pipeline. So let's talk and see if it makes sense to kind of connect around that. Yep. So my questions are actually for Ms. Silverman. And you are great. Don't be nervous. But to start, I guess I'm just curious. So you're full time outside, like 9 to 3, and is it 5 days a week?
Yes, we are. So we meet up at 9:30, and I'm there until 3. I have a co-teacher who meets up with us at 11:30, and she stays till 4:30. So the students are outdoors from 9:30 to 4:30, 5 days a week.
Wow. And how many children are there now in the
We're
pod?
following the DCPS schedule. So, oh, sorry. I lost my connection. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, maybe now she's frozen though. Mm.
There was a lag in my internet.
You're not associated with a school, right? It's parents who are paying into the pod. Is that correct?
Yes, the parents are paying. The students are all actually enrolled in DCPS. They all go to their morning meetings, and after their morning meetings, they're dropped off with me. There's currently 7 students in the pod, 8 with my co-teacher bringing her child. So there's 8 altogether, 7 who are part of the original pod of students who had been outdoors together since June.
And just to, address some of the issues that are coming up around health and safety, have you had any concerns about health and safety for you or your children or the parents? How is that in the equation?
We have, I'm going to knock on wood and say that we have had 0 health concerns. We keep our masks on. We are outdoors. We do have some physical contact, although we do try to keep our distance from each other to the extent possible. And fortunately, there is a lot of transparency among the myself, my co-teacher, and the families that we work with. And with that transparency, we've all been able to have some difficult discussions around health and the decisions that we make as a household. And we managed to together and keep each other healthy.
Thank you, Ms. Silverman.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Gasoi. I appreciate it. Dr. Sutter.
Thank you. Mr. Jayaraman, thanks for coming to testify. I'll look forward to your following up with Ms. Gasoi, Dr. Gasoi. I really appreciate Ward 6 representing Ms. Silverman. I'd be interested in sending some questions your way as well, but don't want to sort of belabor your internet connection. So would love to make sure we have your contact info so that we can reach out and get more details on the pod. I wanted to just thank Ms. Sue for your passion. Please don't ever apologize for that level of emotion on behalf of your children and your family. Ms. Sanchez, I'm going to direct my question to you. So I'm super excited about this and have been part of conversations with Dr. O'Leary and the Student Advocate's Office and Mr. O'Sullivan about this idea of a grow your own pipeline. Question for you around who would do this? So I know American University has a partnership with DC schools already, and there was a nice feature on some young women who are part of that program this year. So I can see the university partnership for the high school piece, but how are you envisioning the grow your own for paraprofessionals? Is that also going to be partnered with the university, alternative certification? How do you see that playing out?
That's a great question. I think something that we've learned through the research is that there's so many tracks to go. And what would make the most sense is to really kind of get these disparate programs that already exist and people who are interested in this together in a room to really make this a grassroots program and to see like what would make the most sense. Maybe it is a scholarship program like other states like Washington State do, where they apply for competitive block grants and then that's kind of dispersed to people who kind of like apply to this program and get scholarship funds. But I think we would have to really just kind of look at the landscape and see what would make the most sense.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Please keep me posted. I'd love to be part of the conversations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sutter. Mr. Patterson.
Yes, thank you. And I agree with Representative Sutter, Ms. Sue, because I don't think you should ever have to apologize for the emotion that you have for the passion of teaching. I wanted to ask you to get a little bit more understanding of the health briefing that you explained was so cavalier. Can you give me, and I apologize, I'm ignorant in this area, who actually conducts that health briefing and a little bit more of what they said, if you could, just a little bit more definition into that briefing?
Yeah, so it was the same professional development session that Laura testified earlier. So it wasn't really announced until the last minute, and we just all show up and they give us like a brief overview. I mean, not brief, they actually give us a pretty detailed overview of like certain physical updates or upgrades that they do to like the school buildings. And the idea is to make us feel safer about returning to school. But I mean, it's very personal. So like for me, it really sounds like it was a really well-rehearsed session where they just feed us what they want us to hear. And there were a lot of questions that we posed, including the one where I asked like, where is the health metrics? And those were never answered. And instead they asked questions like, can I hug my kids? Can I, I don't even know. There were some really absurd questions that have nothing to do with our actual concerns, like going back into the building.
And just a quick follow-up, because I don't know and I don't understand. Is this a Department of Health individual or is this a DCPS individual who provides this briefing?
I don't know if someone else can answer, feel free to jump in, but it was hosted by OSSI or DCPS.
Okay, because I want to look into the quality of that particular briefing and the disregard or the cavalier spirit in which it's done. I'm getting from my colleague that it sounds like it's OSSI is what Ms. Thompson is kind of saying, but I really want to understand a little bit more and look into the quality of that briefing and the manner in which it's given. But thank you for your testimony, and I love your passion and look forward to supporting you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson.
Well, yeah, Laura said earlier that the briefing was hosted by OSSI, which is why I said it sounded like it was OSSI, but we should totally double check. I will say that as a member of the Mayor's Reopening Committee, they were supposed to be responsive to metrics that were set by DC Health. So even if you might not see DC Health hosting something, they should have some guidance that they're using from DC Health. It doesn't completely sound like that's happening. Mr. Ifill, I want to be clear. Are you being asked to go back, or are you giving your example as a this is what could happen?
This is an example of, I was basically saying an example, but most of the parents I know that from, because I'm part of the LSAT and of the school and the reopening, I know that from the surveys and things that we give to parents, a lot of parents are sticking with virtual. So we are getting very few parents that are requesting to actually come back. And so we have, compiled all those lists of people, but I know from my classes, when I kind of talk to, my classes, they are enjoying, the music, my music class being virtual, and they're having fun. So they kind of adapted a lot more to the routines that we have. And so to kind of take them out of their routine, go to school, come back, maybe the teacher over here, maybe the teacher's there, it's a lot.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Mr. O'Sullivan.
Thank you, John Paul, and it's good to see you, Chander. I hope you and your family are doing well. Thank you so much, Ms. Sue, for your heartfelt and moving testimony. And I'm so sorry that you and teachers across the district who love their students more than anything in the world and want to be there to learn or to teach the students and see them in person safely can't do that. And you guys are the ones who have to suffer from the mayor's inadequate and quite frankly reckless plans to reopen. And time after time, it's proved that with every single plan that they've introduced, that the teachers aren't the ones who are having their concerns heard and having their voices actually uplifted so that they can be included in the process for determining how we can go back to school safely. So thank you, Mr. Jayaraman, Ms. Silverman, for advocating on behalf of outdoor learning. I'm reading the comments in the YouTube live stream of this, and I see that others can testify on your behalf, Ms. Silverman, that you do a wonderful job with outdoor learning. So props to you there. Ms. Baum, I 100% agree with you about everything you said about abandoning evaluation systems based on testing. I've always thought it's arbitrary and just quite frankly oppressive. And then finally, thank you, Ms. Sanchez, for what you said about teacher representation. As Representative Sutter said, it's one of the things that I believe is probably one of the most important things for students, especially Black and Brown students, to do well in the classroom. They need to see teachers, need to learn from teachers who look like them. And thank you, Mr. Ifill, because something you said actually reminded me, it actually made me reflect over the past 5.5 months we've been doing school. And it seems that there hasn't been a single month or week or day, quite frankly, where the mayor or the chancellor doesn't spend all of their efforts, or doesn't, quite frankly, spend any of their efforts talking about how we can improve distance learning. Every single month, every single new plan has been, how can we try to get teachers into the building when they clearly don't want to be, when they're clearly saying there are issues with it. The Student Advisory Committee, students across the district have been steady with their concerns and have been steady with issues within our distance learning system that needs to be improved, like attendance system, online learning platforms, and none of those concerns are addressed. And I think it's time that for the rest of the school year, we do it safe, but we try to salvage what's still there and improve for the rest of the year what can be improved upon. But again, thank you all for coming, and hopefully we'll see you at the next meeting in February.
Thank you very much. President Parker.
Thank you, John Paul. For the sake of time, I'm going to hold on my questions, but I do want to thank the panelists for joining us tonight.
Thank you, panelists. We really do appreciate you being here. If you wouldn't mind going ahead and logging off the Zoom now, I'm going to bring in the next group of panelists, but please feel free to continue to watch the hearing on our YouTube channel. Hello, everyone who has just joined us from the panel, for our public panel. We will be sticking as closely as possible to our 3-minute time limit. So we'll begin quickly with Ms. Keaney.
Thank you. Let me find my unmute and my own timer. Can I start?
Begin when you're ready. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Alice Keaney. I'm a resident of Ward 6 and a social worker at Payne Elementary. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm here tonight to express my concerns and those of my colleagues about the current DCPS plan. Quite honestly, many of us are scared. Over the summer, Payne experienced firsthand the shortcomings of contact tracing. Our school was closed for COVID twice before we even opened our CARES classrooms. That means with only a handful of adults in the building, COVID was present twice. Several colleagues were in the building to pick up their computers at the same time as an individual with COVID. Staff received an email indicating that a case had been confirmed. However, the staff that were in direct physical contact with that individual never got a call from DC contact tracers. An informal survey of our community found that more than half of our families plan to remain virtual. Students were enticed by the prospect of seeing friends again. However, recess, lunch, and other social opportunities look so much different now. With the current reopening plan, current classroom rosters will be dismantled and reorganized 6 months into the school year after bonds have been formed and routines established. Our special education teachers are receiving in-person support assignments rather than in-person learning or teaching assignments, which means they'll go into the building to teach their special education students virtually through a computer and then provide support for in-person classes. The same will likely be true for behavioral supports provided by social workers. Less than 50% of our special education population will return for in-person learning. If the purpose of this plan is to provide additional support to students furthest from opportunity, piling additional duties on our special educators will not help. I want to believe that DCPS cites equity as a motivating, I want to be relieved, pardon me, that DCPS cites equity as a motivating factor in this reopening plan. We know that our students furthest from opportunity have not been running from opportunity. Rather, for many of them, hurdles and roadblocks have been placed in their path by the systems that make decisions about them without them. I sincerely hope these families, for whom the city says this plan has been created, have been involved in the planning process. If equity is truly the motivating factor, I look forward to seeing how that shows up for our students moving forward. As a mental health professional, I am deeply concerned about the district's apparent commitment to opening schools in person, regardless of COVID rates, vaccine rollout, and community feedback. I'm concerned about the message we're sending to our children to prioritize productivity at all costs, at the expense of physical safety and mental health. Learning loss has been mentioned in most of these conversations, and the truth is children are learning constantly. What they are learning as they watch the adults in their lives respond to this hopefully once in a lifetime global pandemic may not show up in their iReady or their DIBEL scores. It will show up in the way they trust, in the way they prioritize their own health and safety, and the way they advocate for themselves throughout their entire lives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tandaric.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay.
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, awesome. Good evening. My name is James Tandaric, and I'm an ESL teacher at Center City Public Charter Schools at Brightwood. I hope you all had a great holiday, and I want to welcome all the newly elected officials to this board. I cannot wait for you to engage with the community and work with us to ensure our education system is equitable and just. I want to give a huge shout out to everyone who spent time writing and editing your report on the STAR rating system. Your dedication to not only provide a comprehensive review of it and its flaws, but I can also see my voice has been heard because my thoughts and ideas were shown in this report. This shows to me a clear understanding of the community as well as a willingness to be open to new ideas. I want to bring up the last section, which is titled Options. This section indicates several options to consider when editing the STAR rating report, and I urge you to look at the first option entitled How to Handle Proficiency and Growth. What I urge you to decide is choosing growth as an indicator when making recommendations for it. As a DC teacher, I have seen proficiency versus growth play out in my career. During my time in DCPS, part of my impact score was based on the proficiency score for iReady, a computer test the kids take 3 times a year. When I had a training for it, our instructor explicitly told us that we should use the growth scores instead of proficiency. This was because they believed that growth scores were a better goal to reach instead of proficiency. We told her that our principal always was proficiency, and she said that she would talk to her. After discussing, nothing happened, and my impact score was still based on the proficiency scores instead of growth. This made me very nervous and pressured to succeed. Like many schools in DC, we have a wide range of students, including at-risk, English language learners, and special education students. During that year, only 2 of my students were tested at grade level at the beginning of the year, and several were more than a year behind grade level. At the end of the year, I still had about several students that did not make grade level proficiency-wise, but were getting a 1 year's growth by the end of the year. Teachers are incredible. We're an essential building block of our society and literally have the future in our hands, but we are not superheroes. We give high expectations for our students every day, but sometimes it still is not enough. Many of these reasons are outside of a teacher's control, including attendance, English language proficiency, at-risk status, racism, and IEP status. Yes, teachers are expected to respond to these factors, but sometimes it is not enough, and teachers should not be penalized for this. I urge you to push for growth goals instead of proficiency goals when we're providing edits to the STAR rating system. This should be used when looking at the student achievement part for the OSCE reports. Doing this provides less pressure on our overworked teachers, especially during a pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Henighan.
Hi. Thank you all for providing this forum. I appreciate the testimony about the myriad problems with the DCPS reopening plan. I'm here tonight to speak about the importance of getting vaccines to teachers before the planned school reopening on February 1st, or delaying the reopening until that can happen, in spite of what we heard from DCPS this morning. None of us will be completely safe from COVID-19 until herd immunity is reached. But unlike the comments we heard this morning, I think that makes it more rather than less important to address the issue of vaccines. I'm a 2nd grade teacher at SWS at Goding, and I'm scheduled to return on February 1st. One of the many challenges and problems with DCPS's reopening plan is that I don't know how to calculate the risks. The data is unclear, and some studies show that schools can be open with little to no risk of transmission, but we know those studies correlate with low community transmission. Anecdotally, I know 2 families who got COVID through cases spread in their children's preschools. I have 2 children at home, and DCPS is requiring me to risk bringing COVID home to them. Because the mayor and DC Health are unwilling to set a level of community transmission that would trigger the closing of school, we have no assurance that those decisions would be made sensibly. We also know that plans are proceeding even with the rising number of cases in the new strain emerging now. The pandemic has come in waves. It's been various, it's been changing. What seems like a reasonable risk in July or October now seems more dangerous. That's been another challenge of COVID. We can't plan ahead, we can't anticipate, we can't assume things will get better and better and better. COVID-19's impact on our lives has not been linear. Despite this varying pace, these ups and downs, DCPS is committed to the idea that as time marches on, schools have to open. This feels absurd as we see how tantalizingly close we are to getting the vaccine, a few weeks off from the planned reopen date. We will have a lot of teaching to do in the years to come as we recover from this. These weeks between getting teachers vaccinated or not will not be what makes this recovery work for kids in the long run. This year has challenged and changed us all, and children will need loving, strong, skilled, and patient adults in their schools in years to come. We have to plan for the long-term resilience of our schools and communities, not the short-term appearance of reopening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rao.
Hello, good evening, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Dr. Jason Rayo. I am the ANC 3D06 Commissioner. I'm also a scientist and a public health professional that has ironically dedicated my career to pandemics. I worked at the NIH, the State Department, and formerly as a senior policy advisor to President Obama. I'm here specifically to advocate for outdoor learning as an option for DCPS, and specifically one that is properly resourced to be effective. I also teach at the university level here in the district and have become intimately familiar with the reopening plans of Georgetown, GW, and Cornell University, which has a small campus here in Washington where I serve as faculty. I'm also a parent of a 6- and 8-year-old, both of whom attend Key Elementary, which is in my district. Just yesterday, we were notified that they were taken off the waiting list at long last and offered spots for in-person learning. Now, we've watched the reopening plans quite carefully, and despite very much wanting to see our kids back in school for all the reasons mentioned tonight, we decided not to send them back. So I'd like to specifically advocate for what I believe we all agree on, and that is a scientific approach to reopening. And though there are many flaws and many challenges, I believe a scientific approach is what is being followed. But a critical aspect of the so-called scientific approach is a risk assessment. And once a risk assessment is done, many of the risks we've heard tonight are unusual and unique to each school. A risk mitigation strategy is then put in place to prevent those risks and further infectious spread of COVID-19. So as part of a risk-based approach, outdoor learning, if done properly, with the appropriate resources, can be an effective part of mitigating many of the risks you well understand. So you may hear that even outdoor learning is too risky, or that there is no data to support its effectiveness. I would respectfully challenge those arguments, as we know there are successful models. But more importantly, this is why I emphasize the need to implement a properly resourced outdoor learning option. This is not just something we can do with the existing resources. And I know resources are scarce, but we need to do this citywide, and if done appropriately, we can see a positive impact. The challenges mentioned tonight with vaccinations and the emergence of new strains of SARS-CoV-2 mean that we will likely be in the situation longer than we want to be. An outdoor learning environment is a logical option. To me, it's a no-brainer. We can see our students, teachers, and staff return to a safe environment where risks have been identified and appropriately mitigated. That's all I have tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rayo. Ms. Hedlund.
Hello, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you tonight.
My name is Julia Hedlund, and I'm speaking in support of DC providing additional funds for outdoor education. I'm the parent of a current kindergartner and an incoming pre-K3 student at Langley Elementary, my neighborhood public school in Ward 5. I love Langley for many reasons. One of them is the science and nutrition curriculum that's run by Food Prints, which even before COVID was partially conducted outside. In pre-COVID days, I was able to attend a few Food Prints classes at Langley. The classes were very engaging for the kids. They used hands-on interactive lessons to teach about plants and science, nutrition, and cooking. And as the parent of a picky eater, I can see the value of exposing kids to fresh, healthy foods at school. And I've been delighted to hear my child talking at home about things he's learned at Food Prints, including cooking techniques such as cutting vegetables. Langley has a great school garden. It's maintained by community members and Food Print staff. In pre-COVID times, students took field trips to the garden for their Food Prints class, which was exciting, exposed them to nature and illustrated processes they were learning about in school, like the water cycle, parts of plants, ecosystems, etc. Since schools closed in March, the garden has been one of the only physical locations most students at Langley could access at the school. And supporting teaching there would be an amazing opportunity to engage with kids safely in a classroom setting and to foster a sense of school community. As a working parent of 2 young children, I can attest to how difficult and stressful the online learning experience has been for my family. Despite our teachers' best intentions and efforts, online-only education is not developmentally appropriate for my 5-year-old. And it has been a struggle to try to keep him in front of his tablet for hours on end, care for my 2-year-old, and try to complete some work during the day. The opportunity for any in-person learning, especially in an outdoor setting, would be incredible for my family and so many others. The risks of teaching kids indoors will be here for some time to come. No COVID vaccines are currently approved for kids under 16. And DCPS school infrastructure presents many challenges. For example, Langley is in a beautiful old building without a central HVAC system. It also has lots of issues with bathrooms and plumbing. Aside from being relatively safe in terms of COVID transmission, outdoor education provides proven physical, mental, and emotional benefits for students, something that is more important than ever during these stressful times. Langley has several spaces available out for outdoor teaching that would be safe, peaceful, and engaging for our students, and we have a great partner in Food Prints to provide instruction. DC should provide funding to support this important initiative urgently. It would be a great help for students and families. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Thompson.
Hi, good evening. I'm Tina Thompson. I'm a DC Public Schools teacher here in Ward 7, and I want to speak just on a few things. Basically, the school system has given schools the autonomy to select from several different reopening models, ranging from 1 class per grade level to some schools calling back all of their staff members unless they have ADA or FMLA paperwork. And this is very inequitable. The training this morning was evasive at best. There were many questions asked, but most of them were avoided. And if they went off script, they were avoided. Teachers also, I have a problem with the fact that teachers have not been given the opportunity to get the vaccine. And then also knowing that they said, well, they did tell us that January 25th is the opening date for teachers to get vaccinated, knowing that there are 2 doses that are necessary in order for it to be active. And there's no guarantee where you are in that second set of people that are coming out, but they want us to come back to school on February the 1st. Just in knowing that, and speaking with teachers and administration, the running term is like the Hunger Games. That is what I was told. It's like the Hunger Games. And knowing that, but what I did was I volunteered to return to school. So I'm slated to go back on February the 1st, but I volunteered so that my 2 coworkers, because at my school, the model is they're doing 1 grade level, 1 class per grade level. And on my grade level, they did not have a class, an in-person class at this moment. But I volunteered to go in because one of my coworkers has 2 young sons under 3. And the other one has severe asthma. So I don't have an ADA, I don't have an FMLA, so I volunteered to go in. So again, in fact, it is like the Hunger Games. So it's like you can volunteer to be eaten, but the vaccine is still not offered to us. The other thing I want to say is that the school system is saying that parents are declaring that they want children to come back in the classroom. However, I was told that there is only 1 child that I will be instructing in school, while my coworkers will have their class sizes increased to up to 40 per person. I just think that there's many challenges that are still here with DCPS, and that they should push this reopening plan back, at least until maybe after spring break when it's a better hold on the virus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, again, we will follow the same procedure, and please use the raise your hand feature in order to ask questions of this panel. Dr. O'Leary.
I'm going to do my questions backwards. Ms. Thompson, I appreciate the fact that you volunteered to do that. That shouldn't have to happen. There shouldn't be any reason why teachers should have to volunteer and risk their own health because they're a caring individual, because all the teachers are. I really appreciate you doing that, but I don't know, the system is backwards with that. We need to have much more communication from everything we've heard all night about the lack of information about anything. And there shouldn't be any teacher going to classroom without being vaccinated. And I don't know, and anyone could answer this, what is, a lot of our teachers don't live in DC, and they live in Maryland. I was with a group of former educators this morning, and I'm getting vaccinated tomorrow morning because I live in DC and I'm old. But all the people that I was in the meeting with are my age or older, but most of them live in Maryland, and they're not even eligible to get the vaccine for a while. And I'm sure that the teachers who live in Virginia and Maryland are at the whims of the counties, and we don't even seem to think about that. So I think all teachers should be vaccinated as step 1 in getting back into the classroom. I also have a question about the outdoor learning.
Dr. O'Leary, I do apologize.
I have a question. Thank you, John Paul, for listening to my voicemail.
Thank you. Dr. Reid.
Thank you. Dr. Rayo, I strongly encourage you to testify possibly at the upcoming roundtable on January 21st with the committee of the whole. My fear is that our leaders in the district are listening to medical professionals who are closely tied to them, and I think we might need some independent voices from the medical profession. My question is for Ms. Keaney, and this is the second time in a different circumstance I'm hearing that like special educators are being treated or almost being treated as extra bodies versus full-time educators. So can you please, for the record, talk about the impact of them doing double duty during this time?
Sure. So I shared that kind of on behalf of my colleague who's a special education teacher, but my understanding is that she and a few of our other special education teachers who do push-ins, right? They don't do the self-contained classroom. They'll be coming into the building. They'll still have their standard caseload of all the students they provide individualized support to, but they'll be doing that via computer. So they won't have the benefit of that face-to-face interaction with those students. But on top of that, my understanding is their relief duties in the school is stepping in so a teacher can take a break, to step in to provide coverage for lunch and things like that, possibly doing arrival and departure. That might be the social workers, which is me. So yeah, of course, that means inevitably the teachers are not going to not do their job. So they're going to work into the night to make sure that they do meet the needs, to make sure that they are creating those individualized plans for students, despite the fact that they don't have any extra time in their day.
Yes, I just had to highlight the piece about the paperwork and the other added, and it feels like sometimes they're just, treated as extra hands versus all that comes with it. So thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Dr. Reid. Dr. Sutter.
Thank you. So I wanted to share two things. One is I've received about 8 emails from parents this week in Ward 6 requesting an opportunity to go back. I received 2 emails actually from Payne families, incredibly thankful for the care classrooms and for the opportunity to return in person because of the benefit they've seen for the mental and emotional health of their children and for the way it's provided their families with opportunities to go back. So I want folks to know that I'm listening very carefully tonight, and I hear all the very reasonable concerns that are being raised. But I do think that there are also folks who are reaching out to say, this has been important to my family. This has been a relief that we needed. This has been a helpful thing for my child. So that does seem to vary greatly by school, but I am getting those emails in Ward 6, may not be everywhere, but that is the case here. The second thing I want to note is, and I'm curious about this, Dr. Rao, either tonight or in your testimony to council that you've just offered to do, the 2 children closest to me in my life are my niece and nephew, and they have been in person in school in Connecticut since September. They did acquire COVID. They did not acquire it from school. They got it from a family member working outside the home. And so they were the cases that required their class to be quarantined, but they have been in class and they're early childhood students. So can you talk a little bit about what scientific protocols are in place for risk mitigation that allow things like that to happen?
Sure, and this I'll give a very brief answer, and this is for accuracy, I should probably follow up with a more thorough, but things like routine testing, having testing in place, the things that you well know in terms of social distancing and personal protective equipment, those are all great risk mitigation strategies. The outdoor option does further increase or decrease the likelihood of droplets and the kinds of spread that we know the coronavirus to employ. So those kinds of things can be put in place effectively. But I hear you. I hear you that you can go back to school and kids can effectively go back into an effective learning environment. I would just like to make sure that we have thoughtfully put a mitigation strategy in place.
Wholeheartedly agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sutter. Ms. Thompson.
First, I want to acknowledge Mr. Tandaric's testimony about growth over proficiency. Thank you for that. It's important, always. I want to ask, I guess, well, first I should say, so Tina Thompson is my mom. I love her. I'm worried about her. She's going into the classroom. And I'm sure that other people who are here testifying either feel that way about themselves or their loved ones. And so just keep that in mind that we're talking about people. Mr. Doctor, I don't know if it's Dr. or Mr. Rao, you said properly resourced outdoor learning. Can you give some light shed some light on what properly resourced outdoor learning looks like?
Yeah, and that would be different for each school. And there are groups that have formed here in DC that I can follow up with you and put you in touch with that have put in proposals to the mayor for $3 to $4 million, sort of in line with the resources that have been put against restaurants reopening and needing resources for outdoor dining. So that's one way to come up with your budget. Another way is to do what I called a risk assessment and look at a series of schools in each ward and look at what specifically they need to safely reopen an outdoor learning environment. And so, I'm hesitant to give a specific number, but what I'm saying is an outdoor learning environment can't just be something that you use existing chairs and teachers and masks with. It's something that you need to thoughtfully put in place and put both the financial and human technical resources behind.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chang.
Thank you. Mr. Tandaric, I'd be curious to hear more about, I absolutely agree with you about the importance of growth. And I'm curious to understand more about how your performance evaluation is given to you, explained to you, and where growth fits into that in your understanding as currently.
So in like my current position or when I was in DCPS?
When you were in DCPS.
So when I was in DCPS, like most DCPS teachers, we're given like our impact reports, and usually we're given indicators of what we need to achieve. So I know that in that year I had responsibilities for iReady, TRC Dibbles, and then also just like regular observations. And so during that time, what was supposed to be like a 4 during that year was I was supposed to have all the kids like basically reach on grade level. That was like the goal, like to be like a 4. And so I know that when I went to like my training, the instructor said, and this is someone that works like for iReady specifically, like she said that like, well, it's actually based on the growth scores instead. And so we were like, well, our principal does proficiency.
So you're saying that the principal went against the Aussie guidelines?
I mean, I don't know if it's Aussie, I mean, I don't know if it's like Aussie guidelines, but I know that like that like she went against like what like our instructor said during that time.
Could we chat more about that offline? I'm curious, right? Because I think from when I speak with folks at Aussie and DCPS about this, it seems that there is a general consensus that growth is important, right? And there's a move towards that. And I want to better understand how we continue to support teachers to add that in. But I think the devil's in the details.
Yeah, totally. And from my understanding, it seems like with like PARC, it's turning more into growth. But for the other sort of like tests and programs, like when I gather, like it can be growth proficiency.
Ms. Thompson, I'm seeing you shake your head. I'd love to talk more with you about that too.
Thank you very much. Mr. O'Sullivan.
Thank you, John Paul. And once again, thank all of you guys for being here, even though it's getting pretty late. And thank you, Ms. Thompson. As the other board members have already said, that's just such a selfless act, and it shouldn't even be required, but it just speaks to your character and teachers like you who I'm sure do the same. And Representative Thompson actually was at the Student Advisory Committee meeting, and a couple other state board members as well. And you guys got to listen in on a various range of topics. But one of the things, since we're focusing on school reopening, I wanted to ask the teachers here if you guys have had open conversation or at least talk to your students about the possibility of going back to school in person, not because not obviously to gauge what they're thinking, but also because hopefully students understand what they're getting themselves into, and hopefully they understand that when they're going back, there are a bunch of things that they need to make sure they're doing correctly, and just to make sure they understand the risk. Have you all had the opportunity to talk about that or that process with the students?
My school is a school where a lot of parents do want to send their kids back. And so I haven't raised it because it's sort of a scarce resource, and I don't want to open a conversation. So I know I've heard from some parents about kids who are nervous about coming back. Somebody who I know was offered a slot, and the child is nervous doesn't want to come back, and the parents are really on the fence about it. That's my only kind of small story.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Well, honey, I teach on an elementary school level. So we've talked about it. We talked about it with the kids. We talked about it with the parents. And just one thing that always comes to mind is that when we're talking about social and emotional well-being of children, however, in most cases, when we discipline a child, you tell a child to go sit by themselves, that they can't interact with someone, that they have to stay a distance away from someone. And now you're asking children to come back in, small elementary school children, you're asking them to do what grown-ups can't even do in public spaces, which is stay on a dot, stay 6 feet away, stay in your chair at your table. You may not get up. You can only go to the bathroom at 9:15, 11:15, and 1:15 because it's another cohort leaving. So my biggest thing with the children, that's not socially, emotionally a great situation for a child to be in. Yeah, I get it that parents may need daycare. It's frustrating. Yes, it may slow down the learning process a little bit, but it's something. I mean, maybe we need to all take a pause and just, if we shut down properly, then we can reopen properly. So that's my spiel. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thompson. Members, that's the end of the questions for this round. So thank you very much, panel. We very much appreciate all of your testimony. Please go ahead and log off of the Zoom now, and we'll bring into the next panel. Okay, as our panel is currently coming into the room, we'll go ahead and start with Mr. Hare.
Thank you. My name is Christian Herr, and I'm a Ward 1 resident and Ward 4 DCPS teacher at McFarland Middle School. I'll be quick. I'm going to ask the same question that I've been asking for a long time. I asked it in the mayor's front yard this summer and on the steps of the Wilson building this fall. I've asked it in Sham, put on DCPS town halls. I've asked it on social media, and I still haven't gotten a response. The question is this: I want to know if DCPS has calculated a projected casualty rate as a result of their plan to reopen school buildings with unvaccinated staff and students in the midst of the worst COVID numbers we've yet seen. There are two possible answers to this question, right? It's a yes or no question. Either they have projected casualty numbers, they have projections on how many people are going to get sick, and they're not making them public, which is immoral, or they don't have projected casualty numbers. They haven't calculated how many people we can reasonably expect to get sick, which is irresponsible. So either way, DCPS is not showing that it's capable of making decisions with lives in the balance at times like this. I'm asking that this body and the individuals on it use the full breadth of its influence to ensure that these projections are calculated and that they're made public as soon as possible. This is data that our families need to see as they decide whether or not to accept the in-person seats being offered, and that staff needs to see as they decide whether or not to remain employed by DCPS. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Grief?
Can you hear me? Great, thank you. Good evening, members of the board and everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Emily Greif. I am a resident of DC. I am a parent of a DCPS fourth grader, and probably most critically at this time of history, I'm also a DCPS teacher at School Within School Goading in Ward 6. At my school, I teach world language, French, but during this time, I've been wearing quite a few hats, including pushing into small groups in math ELA instruction to help support small group instruction for teachers. I have been the default tech support for the school, recognizing early on during virtual learning that access is the most critical piece, and pushing all my other work aside to help children and families access the instruction. And probably most importantly, my work as a member of the Staff Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee has been really at the forefront of my work in all of this time. I'd say that this is the first time I've ever given testimony. I've been very nervous about this, and I've really changed a lot of my plans to speak. I just feel like addressing a few quick moments. I wanted to say thank you to those who are pushing for the vaccine for teachers, speaking about health metrics not being a part of the discussion for reopening, and prioritizing safety for teachers, students, and other community members. Thank you, Ms. Dell, for asking for input about reopening plans. I was on the reopening community core for my school, and really felt that my voice as a parent, as a teacher, as a number of committees really wasn't, it was like being invited to having a seat at the table, but it's already been set. And fellow members of the Parent DEI committee, some really active minority families in our school in Ward 6 were really feeling like they weren't having a voice as well, because effectively, Dr. Sutter, I'm certain that you've received a lot of information and requests from families who probably are the most affluent and able to hire individuals like Ms. Silverman to support their families in this time. And I don't feel that our school's reopening plan or the districts really adequately support those students furthest from opportunity as it purports to do. So equity is really lacking, as are science and data metrics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Reid.
Good evening. My name is Kashira Reid, and I'm a pre-K teacher in Ward 2 DC Public Schools. Let me share my experience when dealing with airborne illnesses. During 2018-2019 school year, I had 20 children in my pre-K 4 class. 8 of them got the flu. For the first time in 21 years of being in education, I too got the flu. My students were out for about 4 days, but I was out for 2 weeks. The fever and aches went away, but the flu left me with respiratory issues. I had 3 trips to the urgent care, 1 trip to the ER, only to be still sent home, 1 trip to my primary doctor, who then sent me straight to the ER, where I was finally admitted. I have asthma and had never been admitted or been on a maintenance inhaler other than when I had bronchitis. This time was different. I was hospitalized because nothing was working and helping me breathe better. Steroids, 3 additional asthma meds, and albuterol every 4 hours. Nothing worked. It baffled the doctors and specialists, pulmonologists, ENT pictures down my nose, CT scan and x-rays revealing nothing, yet they could hear the rattle whenever I tried to walk or talk or walk small distances, followed by uncontrollable coughing. After different medicine cocktails, I finally had relief. However, the struggle was not over. My lungs consistently went down in function level for months after. This was in March and early April of 2019. I'm better now, but my question is, if the seasonal flu could do this to me, what more can COVID-19 do? Here are my concerns that I like to be considered. I am African American with asthma. Does my life matter? Parents often medicate students before school so fevers don't show up till the afternoon. In my home, I have a senior, a son with asthma, and a husband with a compromised immune system. How can any form of reopening in person be done without risking almost my entire household? Preschoolers do not understand personal space, let alone social distancing. It also goes against the learning objectives we're trying to master: make friends, manage feelings, interact with peers, engage with a trusted adult. How will they trust us if we can't get close to them? How will these reopening measures affect the students emotionally? Many are unaware of how the new school day will look and feel. Many have experienced great grief and loss. How can we train and say we make trauma-informed decisions, but they are absent from our reopening plans and protocols? We are opening with numbers worse than they have ever been. The trust continues to remain broken time and time again. How can teachers or parents feel safe when there is little to no transparency and true data numbers are not accurate because they don't include cafeteria, security, delivery persons coming in and out the building? The only safe option is reopening when everyone is vaccinated with both doses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, our next presentation will be from Mr. Liu, and he has a PowerPoint, so I'm going to share that with you now, as soon as I can figure out how to do that. Okay. Mr. Liu?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hayworth, and thank you to the board for having me. My name is Patrick Liu. I'm a special education math teacher at Blue High School. And like many of my colleagues and many of those who've spoken tonight, I strongly oppose the proposed DCPS reopening plan on February 1st. Now, I am not a public health expert, but I am a math teacher, which is why tonight I want to talk to you about the numbers. Specifically, I want to talk about the CDC indicators for in-person learning. These are metrics that I have not seen referenced in any of DCPS's publications, which is why I want to talk about them tonight. These indicators were released by the CDC in September to support risk assessment for in-person learning. There are 3 core indicators that should most be heavily relied upon, 5 secondary indicators for additional data, and all of these indicators range from lowest risk to the highest risk. And yes, go to the next slide. When we look at the data in DC, we see that we are at the highest risk for one of these core indicators and one of the secondary indicators. We're at high risk for one secondary indicator and moderate risk for one core indicator and 2 secondary indicators. None of the indicators, none of them suggest that we are at lower or lowest risk for in-person learning. Next slide. I'd like to use the remaining time to take a look at some of these numbers more in depth. The first core indicator here is the total number of cases per 100,000 people in the last 2 weeks. Now, this number gave me some pause because when I first saw this, I thought it was referring to daily case rate, but that is not what the CDC is actually referring to here. When I actually looked up the actual number here, DC, as of this Sunday when I ran the numbers, 509.
Mr. Liu, I believe your connection is going in and out.
When the threat past that alone should be enough to give us pause. Then we have the second core indicator, which is positivity rate. Right now, our positivity rate is at 6.5%, which puts us at the moderate risk. The final core indicator here is how well schools can actually implement mitigation strategies. DCPS has addressed all of these strategies in its plan, but we can't say for certain how effectively schools are actually going to implement them until we actually reopen and see them implement them, so I won't speak on that. Next slide, please. Here we have the secondary indicators. I won't speak on all of them as I want to respect the time, but as we can see, they're all in higher, highest, and moderate risk. And final slide. Looking at this data, I don't understand how DCPS can say it is safe to return. I really wanted to highlight that and speak to that, present it to the board. If you need to verify the data and sources that I use, all of that is present in the written testimony, which I believe has been uploaded to the public agenda. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Rain.
Greeting board members. My name is Serenity Rain, and I'm a parent, the LSAT chair, and Footprints teacher at Ambeers Elementary with children in kindergarten, 2nd grade, and 5th grade. I am also a social worker. My speech today is twofold. First off, shame on the mayor and DCPS for doing a disservice to the entire community, for putting teachers and families' backs against the wall and not considering all families, especially parents in Ward 5, 7, and 8, when developing a safe, inclusive, and equitable back-to-school plan. Secondly, I want to highlight the importance of access to equitable outdoor learning spaces, especially during these unprecedented and uncertain times. As a parent, the safety of my children is imperative, and I share the sentiments of many other parents in wards 5, 7, and 8 about not feeling comfortable with sending my children back to school during the pandemic because of the lack of confidence and certainty that DCPS will keep my children safe. It is not new news that families that live in communities east of the river are impacted greatly by the COVID pandemic in disproportionate rates. And the statistic alone makes me wary and less likely to send my children back to school in an indoor environment. There has to be a better way and other options. DCPS should do more in making all families feel comfortable and confident in the safety of all children. DCPS has to be, anyone who knows me knows that I'm an advocate of equitable outdoor learning spaces. And DCPS needs to consider the idea of creating more safe and equitable outdoor learning opportunities for children to learn safely in small pods with teachers who are not forced to be there and feel safe as well. Outdoor learning spaces provide a safe way for children to take a break from virtual learning, unplug, and learn real life, critical thinking, problem solving, team building, and essential life skills. Outdoor learning spaces can also reinforce social emotional skills and integrate a whole child approach to education. From my perspective as a Footprints teacher, outdoor learning provides opportunities for social emotional learning and community bonding. Pre-COVID, I witnessed the impact outdoor learning has not only on the students, but the entire school. Everyone in Beers, from the principal to the custodial staff, loves the school garden. It connects us as a school community. It gives us a sense of pride, ownership, and togetherness. And this is what COVID took away from us, and we desperately need it back. There's a disconnect in our community, and a lot of families feel disconnected from their school community. And providing access to equitable outdoor learning spaces is a way to reconnect the community and families to their schools. The social emotional learning provided by outdoor learning includes relationship skills, team building, social awareness, self-management, self-awareness, and responsible decision-making. There are also many physical benefits. From my social work perspective, outdoor learning spaces are healing and have many mental health benefits, which is especially important during the mental health crisis we are currently experiencing. This is especially important at schools in which so many students have experienced trauma and or have special needs, schools like Beers and many other schools in Ward 7 and 8. Unfortunately, too many of our students are impacted by trauma, challenging childhoods, mental and physical health, and learning disabilities, and we are not equipped with all the resources we need to fully help them. This is where outdoor learning spaces are very beneficial. The time and space provided in the garden gives the students a chance to breathe and connect with nature. They're allowed to get their hands dirty, and by immersing their hands in the soil, they reap the benefits of all the good bacteria in the soil that are known to interact with the neurotransmitters in our body to produce good feeling hormones. I've seen how our students experience stress.
Ms. Rain, if you could summarize the rest of your testimony.
Okay. I'm gonna summarize. All voices, at the end of the day, all voices need to be heard and incorporated we need to be more creative and dig deeper to figure out how to provide safe, equitable learning experiences for all children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Coble?
Thank you. As a food and gardening educator through the Food Prints program, I've seen students, parents, teachers, and administrators light up at the mere thought of outdoor education during this pandemic. One of the key pillars of our Food Prints program is growing food and spending time in nature. My school, John Burroughs in Northeast, Miss Stamper, one of her kids, Pete, is my student. Our school started offering socially distanced in-person gardening sessions, and the response was amazing. In one of our first sessions, I realized this was the only interaction some of these students had ever had with their school, especially for our pre-K families and students who are new to the area. We noticed how eager parents were to find ways for their students to engage in alternate forms of learning that don't involve screens. From mapping our garden to building trellises to planting and harvesting food, we have a unique opportunity to do hands-on science and math in our garden classrooms. Moreover, we have an opportunity to captivate all types of learners when our scholars need us most. I've had conversations with staff and at the administrative team at my school who would like to increase the amount of outdoor education alternatives we can offer this spring. It is my hope that with your help and support, we can actually bring this to fruition. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Members will be following the same procedure. If you do have a question, please use the raise your hand feature. Dr. O'Leary.
Once the pandemic hit, we had a lot of schools became food sites, but not just schools. The Nationals Park and the Washington Convention Center was turned over to make a hospital. There's no reason why we can't have a whole city full of outdoor learning sites. It just takes some kind of imagination, out of the box thinking. I mean, I appreciate everything that you're saying about outdoor learning, but we've got to push the government to do that. They spent $4 million on making outdoor restaurants. We have a resolution that Dr. Gasoi has for us at the end of the meeting about getting just equitable funding for outdoor learning and getting $4 million put in a budget for that. But we need to push for that. I appreciate everything you say. The other thing, Mr. Herr, is that we have to push for people to be real about their plans. I mean, when you talk, I don't think you said body counts, but to me as a veteran, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, we don't want anyone dying in this city from COVID. that goes back to school and it happens that way. Nobody wants that on their hands at all. We have to push this government to start being proactive about education, safe education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Sutter.
Thank you. Ms. Greif, thank you so much for your testimony. I apologize for being off screen for part of it. I wanted to just ask a clarifying question about the planning. So you mentioned that even though you were part of and others were part of this community planning process at the school, it felt like the table had already been set. Can you share a little bit about why that is? Is it the preset options from DCPS? Is it something else?
It's a couple of things, honestly. The preset options, trying to choose the least bad of 4 really terrible options, and also really going into it knowing that the district was trying to target students furthest from opportunity, but understanding that at our school there were 79% of families who said that they were willing to send their children back to school. Parents, I will say, I'll be frank, white parents of privilege who were crying in the meetings, saying how much their children were suffering, and frankly, were pushing for the options that would maximize the number of students coming back. So we ended up with this option B, where students, actually 46% of students were coming back. So not as many as the parent population wanted, but still far greater than the number of at-risk students at our school. So conversations about, the golden ticket, so to speak, and these really loud voices of parents pushing for reopening, knowing that their children really are not the furthest from opportunity and will bounce back the soonest. The children that are furthest from opportunity, those families are not sending their children back, and really prioritizing their virtual time, since they are choosing to stay at home, was really critical. But we just didn't feel like that was really evident in the plans.
I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Ms. Wattenberg.
Hi, I just want to say all night I haven't been saying a lot, partly because my internet keeps crashing. I don't know why, except I'm glad it waited until I wasn't president and in charge of these meetings. That was nice. Also, we've been having these meetings since the summer, and I have to say, responding, I feel like I'm screaming into the wind, and it's not a great feeling. So I want to just express my great sympathy to everybody about the situation we're in, and I want to make a couple of substantive points and then one process point. I just want to say, we had hoped early on that, families are in very different situations. Teachers are in very different situations. And part of what we had hoped is that if you ask schools to create plans, they could figure out what would make sense for their community, including their staff. And that part of what you would create would be a discussion in which school communities could figure out which staff are able to come back. Maybe they're young, they feel healthy, they're not living with either older families or children with asthma or whatever. And that was part of what people would figure out. And the fact that DCPS sort of took up this idea of the school-based planning, but then did it in a way that just ignored the views of the staff at all, didn't try to figure out ways to bring people back comfortably, and turned it into a Hunger Games, and is requiring people, as we've heard before, requiring people to come back who have asthma, who have kids at home, and so on. It's horrifying to hear. One thing I want to say is, we talk a lot in the city about the problems and the loss that we have without having a school board. And one of the things that school boards do, and I actually was just in a class about this, is they create a forum where you can hear from people all across the city, from different stakeholders, and it's somebody's job to try to mesh those different interests. And I feel like in this pandemic time is one of the times that as a city, we have missed the most having that kind of forum. And, with everybody coming here and we hear these things, we can hear ideas like outdoor education, which has just become more and more and more popular since people have started talking about it. And it would be so great if we had a vehicle in the city to be able to take that kind of input and turn it into policy. And we don't. So I'm going to continue to scream into the wind. I'm so glad all of you are screaming to us and talking about it, and we will continue to advocate for it. And I will say that I was just on a meeting, actually it was a Ward 3 meeting with the mayor, and many people were raising the issue of outdoor education. So I do feel it is getting onto the, it's becoming part of the atmosphere. Whether people will pay attention to it, we shall see. But I really want to say, I really appreciate everybody coming. To everybody, I'm sorry I keep fading in and out. Thanks to my internet.
Thank you, Ms. Wattenberg. Dr. Gasoi.
Thank you. I'll be brief. And I did put the DCPS family survey in the chat that shows that Ward 5, 7, and 8 families are at least likely to say they want to come back in person. Thank you all for your testimony. I echo Representative Wattenberg and Representative O'Leary's comments. And thank you to Food Prints. I just want to add to Representative O'Leary's comments about, we just need to make this happen. What we're doing is connecting the dots, right? And Food Prints is helping to do that between the partners that we know are already offering this kind of really rich programming like Food Prints, and the schools we know want it and need it the most, and the funding that we know we need to make it happen. So that's where we are. And I am really excited to introduce this resolution tonight, but I just want to give a shout out to all of you teachers and parents who testified about from Food Prints tonight, because you're very much a very important part of the puzzle. So, and just Ms. Reid, thank you so much for sharing your story, which, is heartbreaking and maddening. And we are working to try to bring your voice to, the folks who are making these decisions. And Mr. Liu, thank you for the time you took to make the presentation. And Mr. Herr, of course, always great to see you, and thank you for your presentation. Your testimony as well. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson.
I want to actually echo Representative Gasoi's comments about Food Prints. I'm a fan of Food Prints. I've been a fan of Food Prints. And they are actually all over the city doing good work. And they show up and they advocate, not just for their own programs for their schools. They showed up, I think, last year and the year before that during budget season too. So thank you all for that. And I just want to give some appreciation to, I don't know how to say your name, Grief. I don't want to completely mess it up.
Okay,
I appreciate your honesty about what you're experiencing, where demand is coming from, and what, and I know Representative Patterson mentioned it in the comments as well, but it is very easy to be silent when something benefits you, but you know the reasons it's happening is wrong. And so I just really appreciate you being honest about what you're hearing, what you're witnessing, and what's happening in your community. I also just want to acknowledge that a few people have mentioned, some on this panel tonight, that the school reopening cores, I think Representative Wattenberg shared she hopes schools will be able to figure it out. I was on Woodson's reopening core. That principal bent over backwards and had several meetings with a bunch of us trying to make it work, and that plan was rejected. We used one of the 4 options, we voted, and so I'm not quite sure what can be done or where teachers and school communities go to actually have their concerns addressed or input fit into plans, because it's not like it's not coming from the school level up, but that does not, if it doesn't fit the mold, it doesn't seem like there's much responsiveness to what communities are putting out. So I really appreciate this panel. And Ms. Reid, I actually wrote down your words because you said, I'm an African-American woman with asthma, and does my life matter? And we know that, let's be honest, like Black women are not treated well when it comes to healthcare. And so I hope you do not have to find out any more than you already know about the answer to that question. But we also have a huge population of teachers who are Black women just like you, and that's who we're sending back into classrooms. So I just want to thank you all for your testimonies, because I think you all elevated a lot of not just what people think, but people feel this evening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thompson. Mr. Parker.
Yes, two quick questions. One, as someone who did contract COVID-19, unfortunately, I can attest that it is not fun. And even as someone that's pretty healthy, it was brutal. My question related to COVID-19, can those educators that testified speak to the contingency plans that may have been shared with you from DCPS or your school? And then secondly, Ms. Coble in particular, I would love, and maybe I'll lead with you, if you could just speak to the academic benefits of outdoor learning, because I know there's a lot happening at Burroughs, and I'm a big fan of the program you all have going on there. Can you talk about the academic benefits, not just that it's healthy during COVID to have outdoor learning, because I think that would be helpful for the public to hear.
Yeah, for sure. Earlier in the broadcast, I saw people in the comment section saying, oh, well, I'm a PE teacher. When I take my kids outside, they're not focused. Foodprints has a curriculum that we've been using for years at this point, where we pull out themes and units from the DCPS curriculum and the National Food Standards, and we create lessons around that. So we have ELA, math, and science lessons from pre-K to 5th grade that's already like worked through and already designed. So like I mentioned in my testimony, we do measurements, we read seed labels, we paint. So we have a curriculum that really hits on all of those points that DCPS is trying to focus on.
Love it, thank you. And then quickly, maybe someone take the question of any communicated contingency plans around COVID-19. And by contingency plans, meaning God forbid something were to happen, someone contracts the virus, what happens next?
Yeah, I was briefly in the town hall hosted at 5 by the chancellor. And I've also been in PD all day. Everything that was communicated publicly is pretty much exactly what we've been told internally. We don't know anything more than that.
Thank you.
Is the time up? Am I able to add on to that?
The time is up, but I would welcome, and I think they're gonna boot you all for the next panel, but I welcome you to communicate on the YouTube comment section, and we'll try to respond to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone on the panel. We do appreciate you being here. If you can go ahead and log off from the Zoom now, I'm going to bring in the next panel of witnesses. Hello to the panel. As you're coming in, we really appreciate you being here. And I will do my best to try to get everyone into the chat or into the conversation as quickly as possible. Thank you as well for being so patient with us. We really do appreciate it. Let's begin with Ms. Roling.
Noyan, come and do the screen for me, please.
Sorry, I had to find the unmute button.
No problem. Begin when you're ready.
All right. Good evening. I live in Ward 4 and teach 5th grade in Ward 3. My colleagues and I are concerned that a rushed reopening of in-person learning will increase achievement gaps and compromise equity commitments. The concern is that DCPS is rushing to reopen before the families of our most vulnerable students feel safe. In conferences, when families offered their opinion about in-person learning, we listened. Those who spoke up were often families of color and the linguistically diverse, saying that they did not feel comfortable returning and they planned to stay virtual. We have built routines With our virtual classes, and with few exceptions, we are experiencing observable success. DC is distributing vaccines, yet they are not available on the scale that assures families of their safety. In early surveys, we see that the majority of families signing up for in-person learning are in fact not our most vulnerable students. And while it is great that a number of families have confidence in DCPS to keep them safe, we worry that the quality of virtual instruction will suffer as in-person learning becomes the new focus. DCPS worked to assist virtual instruction by loading the Canvas platform with curriculum, but it is far from user ready yet. My team has not used a single DCPS prepared curriculum item for the virtual platform without significant revision and creation of additional scaffolds. Quality virtual instruction requires professional development, planning, preparation, small group student meetings, and consistent routines. In addition to regular communication with parents and student work analysis, this is at least a 40-hour-a-week commitment. Over 4 months, we have built relationships with our virtual students. We have learned what uniquely works for individual students. Disrupting what is working for these students for experimental in-person learning will widen the achievement gap. DCPS may join the city in efforts to distribute the vaccine widely and quickly. In-person learning can be postponed until our most vulnerable people have been vaccinated. When our most vulnerable families are ready to re-enter the buildings, so should we. In times of crisis, our most vulnerable students deserve full attention. And if our most vulnerable families choose virtual instruction, then virtual instruction deserves our full attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hernandez.
Sorry, my camera doesn't work, so I'll just go ahead and start. Hello, my name is Karen Hernandez. Although I do not personally work as an educator in DCPS, I have several friends that do. With the number of COVID cases still on the rise, I strongly believe that it is not safe for DCPS to start in-school learning beginning February 1st. I have been made aware that teachers are supposed to get the first round of vaccine on January 25th, that is 7 days before they return to the classroom. The vaccine is offered in 2 shots, which means 7 days is not enough to train the body's immune system. Depending on the vaccine they are given, it will take 21 to 28 days for them to get the second shot. In between these days, many can be exposed to COVID. The virus does not discriminate against anybody, and everyone reacts different to the virus. Even with the vaccine, we know that no vaccines are 100% effective. Therefore, we cannot assume that these teachers will be completely immune to the infection. With the vaccine being relatively new, we do not know how long it will take. It will protect people against infection. We have also heard news of the virus mutating. Therefore, we do not know if this vaccine will offer protection against a new strain. Students and teachers should not have to gamble with their lives. As a student myself, I have experienced the frustration of online learning. However, I strongly believe that this is the best way to prevent unnecessary death. A friend of mine who works for DCPS has compared this difficult situation as being in the Hunger Games. No teacher should have to choose between their health and their lives when there are methods to prevent this. We have all had to manage significant additional burdens, but until the pandemic is under control, online learning should continue until it is safe for students and teachers to return to the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Lutmer? Sorry.
Lutmer, it's okay.
Lutmer.
Hi, I'm a Ward 4 resident and I'm a pre-K teacher in DCPS in Ward 6. And I'm here hoping that DCPS will listen and wait until it's safe to reopen schools. I have a lot of specific ideas on how they could figure that out, which are at the end of my written testimony.
I apologize for interrupting. Can you turn up your microphone slightly? We're having trouble hearing.
I don't know how to do that, so I'll just use my teacher voice.
Perfect.
Is that loud enough? Okay. I love my job and I miss seeing my students in person. I loop with my class, which means I teach them for 2 years, and I take relationship-based teaching really seriously. DCPS used to remind us often about the measurable benefits of a consistent, caring relationship for children, especially those facing adverse childhood experiences. Most families in my class have told me They don't feel safe sending their kids back into the building yet. And I'm really sad and I'm really angry that they're about to be split up and lose the relationships that we've built together over the last year and a half. That said, I'm also feeling worried for myself. Most out of every year, I have a series of colds and sometimes much worse. Last year, I was out for a week and took my first ever trip to the emergency room when an unidentified throwing up virus went around my classroom. It's sobering to think how much more debilitating and maybe deadly the virus that could go around my classroom this year would be. The cases of infected adults and children in the CARES classrooms across the city, combined with what I know about my school building's HVAC and cleanliness track record, and DCPS's ability to provide needed supplies on time, makes me think that I'm putting my life in danger by trusting DCPS to keep me safe. The thought of becoming a COVID long hauler or dying or putting the people I live with at risk for the same because DCPS chose to ignore the realities of aerosol transmission and the levels of community spread makes me furious and also want to cry every day. I don't think it's safe for anyone to go in right now because of the level of community spread, but I want to speak to some particular dangers of pre-K classroom. Pre-K kids try to take off anything that they don't want to wear, their shirts, their shoes, their socks, and certainly also their masks. Asking kids to take off their masks for breakfast, lunch, afternoon nap, and certainly a snack seems like an awful lot of time to be in a closed off room with a lot of people not wearing masks. Social distancing from people who are learning to keep their hands to themselves, walk in a line, wipe their butts, blow their noses, and wash their hands, I think will be impossible and also irresponsible. Finally, I understand that the current situation is not good for children, but I don't understand who this plan really benefits. I know it's not good for the kids in my class who are going to lose important consistency and relationships. And I know it's not good for the kids whose families will become sick. I've lost a child from my class as well as a child's parent, a 3-year-old lost his father. And just thinking about those not preventable deaths and thinking about how many preventable deaths could be on DCPS's hands if they go through with this ridiculous plan makes me so sad and so angry. And I can't imagine that it's worth the trade-off of waiting until it's safe to go back to school in person. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Severs.
Yes, thank you. Thank you everyone for staying up this late in the evening and doing this. I really appreciate it. And shout out to all those teachers who have spoken and are still on here. I know it's been a crazy 7 days. We're being observed right now. We have mid-year testing going on right now. There's a coup in our nation's capital. And now the biggest fear of all we have right now is going into unsafe school buildings. I'll keep it brief. My name is Adam Severs. I'm a first grade teacher at Hyde Addison Elementary in Ward 2. I'm writing this evening to express my concerns with DCPS February 1st. There are many of them down and I submitted that testimony. I won't go over them here. But my most pressing concern personally is the proposed timing of this plan. I have done everything right in the past 10 months to mitigate the spread of COVID and to keep myself, my family, my students, and my communities of Ward 2 in Washington, D.C. safe. And I'm feeling like, what do I get for it? I'm forced to go back into the building with kids and other adults mere like 3 weeks before I'm fully vaccinated from COVID-19. I ask that you all use your voices and your power to other empowered bodies to delay spread decreases drastically. If the mayor wants to keep her commitment to follow science, if she wants to have a Dr. Fauci day, which is awesome, if she wants to do that, then she needs to back up those words for the safety of her city's teachers, kids, and families. The last thing I just want to state is I truly believe that if DCPS spent just a quarter of the time and effort that they've spent on trying to jam and ram this reopening plan down our throats, if they just spent a quarter of that on making virtual learning and virtual teaching better and more efficient, we would be in such a better place, and our kids would be in such a better place. I appreciate the time. Shout out to all the teachers out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Ms. Price.
Hi. All right. Thank you. Yes, so I'm Ann Price. I've been a DCPS teacher for 4 years. I'm currently teaching in Ward 5. And I do want to thank you all for your advocacy to the mayor and DCPS on teachers' behalf before. And I also hope that you continue to advocate for us, as the mayor and DCPS do not seem to be listening to our concerns or data that is readily available to them as they continue to charge ahead with reopening plans. Because frankly, I am appalled that a district that stresses data-driven instruction, rating schools by test data, rating schools teachers by impact observation data, rating teachers by student test data, determining if students qualify for special education by academic and qualitative data, the list goes on, that they would then make decisions about the health and safety of its students and teachers with complete disregard for data. In my written testimony, which I will submit after this, I've included the graph from today's DC Health that shows that as of today, our community spread is 3 times higher than the threshold for determining substantial community spread. So if we are hitting record high transmission numbers from the outset of this pandemic, how could this data possibly indicate that it is safe for students and teachers to return to the classroom? DCPS is yet to commit to any data or metrics that would indicate a halt or postponement of reopening plans, or any data or metrics that would indicate schools should return to virtual learning after reopening. DCPS also said returning to school is based on parent demand, but they have yet to provide the data supporting this claim. Now, I can only speak for the little data that I have access to at my own school, but we had our 2nd and 3rd grade CARES classroom open today. And as of 3 days ago, Sunday, January 10th, 22 student families were offered slots, 12 declined, 5 accepted, and we're waiting 5 responses. If this data is any indication of families district-wide, then less than 25% of families are willing to come back into the building. We miss our students and our colleagues, but we need to return only when it's safe. Now, I have to say, I am one of the lucky ones to be able to remain virtual. I'm lucky to remain virtual in the sense that I am lucky to grow a human in my body. My pregnancy is the only thing saving me from having to return to the classroom. If I were not, as a young, healthy person with my other child in daycare and being the only 2nd grade teacher at my school, I would be forced back into an unsafe situation. So while I am safe for the time being, I cannot stay silent when my colleagues face the fear and anxiety of returning to classrooms with the unsafe levels of community spread. I have very little time left, but in my written testimony, I've included quotes from my colleagues who are assigned to in-person learning to share all of their fears and anxiety, including, "I feel like I'm a sheep to slaughter." So again, I hope that you continue to advocate on our behalf to the mayor and DCPS and ask them to use real metrics and data to determine reopening plans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ofogu. Ms. Ofogu, checking to make sure. Okay. Ms. Chirico.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to share our experience and expertise in support of outdoor learning. I'm Edna Chirico, and I work with OutTeach, a national nonprofit headquartered here in DC, which works to ensure that all students, no matter their resources, have access to an engaging hands-on education that transforms their lives. Hands-on outdoor learning is proven to accelerate and deepen student comprehension, building the strong foundational skills needed for career and college readiness. Learning through experiences is what deeply engages young students. They can see, touch, taste, smell what's in front of them. An outdoor space provides an environment for real-world problem solving and collaboration. For the past 16 years, OutTeach has been working nationally, partnering with school districts and individual schools to provide school year-long job-embedded coaching for teachers seeking to transition the culture of their schools to one which embraces outdoor learning. We empower teachers with skills leading to more student-directed, active learning, and outdoor spaces. It's a hand-on instructional tool. We also support converting outdoor spaces into outdoor learning laboratories, which focus on academics and engage both students and teachers in the design. And finally, professional support to make those design spaces expandable and supportive of parental, other nonprofits, and community engagement. For these spaces to be sustainable and academically effective, teachers must be trained. We have supported DC public schools for many years and are currently working with Garrison, Ketchum, and Whittier. Active learning with hands-on outdoor lessons helps teachers make the most of every minute of in-person instruction. This is the platform for integrated learning aligned with core subjects of science, math, language arts, but it also supports social emotional learning, environmental literacy, health, and nutrition. The results of this approach are well documented. Improving teacher effectiveness has been shown to be the single greatest in-school factor for student success. Investing in positive shifts towards student-driven, real-world learning improves teacher effectiveness and long-term student engagement, regardless of whether instruction is in person, blended, or virtual. These fundamental changes in how teachers facilitate learning gives us an opportunity to align learning with 21st century needs, beginning in elementary school and leading to a workforce attainable for all. I thank you for your time this evening and for your dedication to all of our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm scrolling through my list again. I apologize for the delay, members. Are there any public witnesses that are in the room now that have not yet spoken? Okay, then we are ready for questions from members. Please again use the raise your hand feature. Dr. O'Leary.
I think that I've voiced everything I want to say about outdoor learning and about the failed reopening by the leaders of the city. I just want to thank all of the educators that have come to us tonight and have expressed almost the same kind of argument about how much they want to be back, but how they are not willing to be back unless the buildings are safe. I appreciate y'all so much.
Thank you. Dr. Gasoi.
Thank you. And again, I echo my colleague, Representative O'Leary's comments. And I do just want to say, Ms. Price, your comment about, the irony around the data disconnect is spot on. And I'm glad that you brought that up. I hadn't really thought of it that way. So, but thank you all for your really wrenching testimony, actually. And I did have a couple of questions for you, Ms. Chirico, about Outteach, which again is, an important part of the puzzle here in connecting the dots. I know Outteach also partners with DCPS, and I know Foodprints had their funding cut during the pandemic. Did you as well?
I don't believe we did. I'd have to check with the person who works directly with those schools. We do bring in other philanthropic, financial resources, and corporate partners to help balance the cost.
Okay, great. And just another quick question. The work you do is so important, and I know that you tailor sort of your services to the needs of the school. Do you assess sort of the outcomes? Given that I know it's like different for different schools, like are there assessments of student learning? Okay, so can we—
Extensive assessments, and I'll make sure that you get some information on that.
That's so great. That's okay. It. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Mr. Chang.
I'll follow up on Representative Gasoi's questions to you, Ms. Chirico. Would you help you mentioned that you've been supporting DC public schools like Garrison. What in detail does that support look like? And more broadly, how would you distinguish between the role of what DCPS would need to do and what nonprofits would need to do to move outdoor learning forward?
I think outdoor learning has to be a two-prong approach. First, you need to really analyze the outdoor spaces, and we have a very comprehensive way of engaging students and teachers in the design of those spaces. And then we use general contractors and volunteers to build those spaces in a very sustainable manner, with 12 to 14 learning features that align directly with academics. The other part of the coin is the sustainability, and you have to have the teacher trained. Teachers need to be trained in the culture change in the schools so they embrace outdoor learning. They understand the nuances and the skills associated with taking students outside, which is slightly different than inside. And it can be very effective regardless of what you're teaching or what grade level you're engaging.
And so is the funding provided by the school, or do you seek it independently?
We do have the school invest, and then we have supplemental philanthropic funding that helps cover our full costs.
And how much does it cost?
We qualify for Title I funds. Different schools and districts use different resources. Sometimes we jointly write grants, and I can get you an outline of what the costs are of our
that would be super.
types of our programs. It'd be better for my team to put that together for you and get it set.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Reid.
Yes, Ms. Chirico, when will that new cohort with Ketchum and Garrison, I missed the other school, be ready to kind of begin with the professional development? Or they're in a professional development, but kind of start with what they've
learned? What's been interesting with COVID is that we have actually pivoted our in-person coaching to a virtual platform, so that we have been continuing to provide the support that we've been giving teachers for the last 16 years. To the teachers. And we've learned a lot in that process. Students can continue the philosophy around outdoor learning, even in a virtual environment. Some students have access to outdoor spaces. Outdoor phenomena can be used regardless of what, it's not as effective as a learning laboratory, but it does keep that process moving forward. So we have already done about 50% of our training in all three of those schools with cohorts of 6 teachers. And we'll be starting their planning and their observations of these virtual lessons throughout this school year. So we can pivot regardless of whether you're in person or whether you remain virtual. We know that when we all eventually get back to the classroom, we can go deeper and make that experience even more relevant and academically effective.
Okay, so I'm guessing they're going to be done with the actual training courses, and then there's like some subsequent
yes. And why don't I send you all kind of the outline of the sequence of the training program, because that'll help you know the touch points and the cap from the beginning, all staff orientation to the capstone effective reporting that we do. I will make sure.
Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you, Dr. Reid. Dr. Sutter.
Thank you so much. I know, Ms. Letmer, you talked about preschool, pre-K, and I feel like I heard someone mention childcare. This is a question I've been having. I know that a lot of childcare centers have been open and operating at various points here in the district and have been serving more than usual pre-K students since pre-K in person has been missing from schools. Have you all had the chance to either learn from childcare providers or hear anything about the mitigation work they're doing, how they're helping little ones keep their masks on, et cetera?
No. I saw some data about outbreaks in DC, and if I'm remembering correctly, DCPS and daycare centers were in the top like 3 or 4 places that there were outbreaks that were tracked. And so while I appreciate that there are probably a lot of daycare centers around the city that haven't had outbreaks, I don't think they're foolproof. I have one child who's attending virtually from a daycare, and in the short time that he's been enrolled in daycare, he's been home and then back in daycare because they've had outbreaks at his daycare center. I would also imagine that DCPS has some kind of data or something that they've learned from the CARES classrooms with young children where they've had outbreaks or not, and they have not been forthcoming with any information about that, either to caution or make suggestions.
Thank you.
thank you very much to this panel. We really appreciate you being here tonight. If you wouldn't mind, go ahead and logging off. And I'm going to bring what I believe is the final panel in. We have a couple people who are waiting in the waiting room and have been very, very patient. So I'm going to bring them in now. And if you have not yet submitted your written version of your testimony, please do it. Go ahead and send that to me. And hello to the folks who are joining us. We really appreciate you being here. I don't have specific names for some of you because the names are a little bit different than what I think was submitted to me via email. So I'm just going to call you on the name that is listed here, and we'll go from there. Until then, I am going to go ahead and mute everyone so that we're all on the same page. So Janine. So ma'am, if you can unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
I'm Dr. Shelia Levin. I'm a gastroenterologist practicing medicine in the DMV area for 35 years. And now I do free care for a clinic that serves undocumented or uninsured people. We do testing for COVID on a regular basis, and I've watched the numbers go up and up and up. And I've watched COVID patients from very sick to not very sick, and we don't want it. My mission is, and my statement is basically, my daughter is a teacher in the DC public schools. She teaches 4-year-olds. My mission and I implore the committee to consider, at least since we have a mitigation tool, we have the vaccinations that are coming out. If we could please only wait till the teachers get vaccinated. It's such a short amount of time considering how long we've been doing virtual teaching anyway. It won't disrupt the class sooner, and it won't matter when we start, but it would be much, much better and safer for everybody. It's never going to be totally safe, but it would be safer for everybody to wait until the teachers are vaccinated to open up the schools. I think that the other counties are doing it. Montgomery County keeps changing its date to later and later and later. PG County, I think, has just decided to go virtual for the whole year. Calvert County is going virtual for the whole year. I don't mind. I think it's great to reopen the schools. I have mixed feelings about students. Even when they're at the school, they're going to have to be socially distanced and wearing masks. So the social interaction that you hope to have really isn't going to be what it was. They're going to be on very strict, masks, only go to the bathroom at certain times. But I mostly wish that the school system could just wait until teachers are vaccinated. It's not a panacea, but it will make things a lot safer.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dr. Levin. We really appreciate you being here. Ms. Ofogu, I apologize in advance for mispronouncing your name.
That's okay. Thank you. Yeah, my name is Idowu Ofogu. I'm a first grade teacher at Patterson Elementary School, and thank you for having me. Just share my testimony. As a member of the School Gardens and Farm to School and also initiative, I have come to appreciate the huge benefits of outdoor learning for our students since starting our Patterson Garden Club. Our garden has provided students with opportunities to explore and learn beyond the walls of the classroom. And so I'm advocating for funding for outdoor learning because it is greatly beneficial to our kids in all aspects, academically, socially, economically, and especially health-wise. Again, it has provided our kids the opportunities of learning in a natural environment that fosters students' active participation and promotes economic, nutrition, and health consciousness. At the end of the first year of starting our school garden at Patterson, we had a taste and tell and event where students and parents tasted some of the vegetables. And I'm just sharing a personal experience of why it is important to make sure that kids are exposed to this and they have opportunities to learn in a variety of ways. And some of the vegetables, we had a taste and tell, and the kids tasted the vegetables. And I witnessed for the first time, usually in the cafeteria, the kids throw out the vegetables and just throw it out. They even taste it, look at it, and throw it out. For the first time, I witnessed students eating vegetables and asking for seconds, and joyfully asking for more. I overheard them telling their friends, "I grew this, and it tastes so good." So our students enjoy our time outside. They love the exposure they have, being able to do things, be able to learn about things. We do math outside, we do science outside, we can do art outside. The labels for the garden pots and all that, they did it themselves. So it's a way of engaging them, and it is very, very essential to have them in an environment where they feel safe. And I, right now, do not feel that we're ready to go back. However, whatever time we do go back, I think our priority should be having structures in place where kids can stay outside and learn and feel comfortable doing that. So since our schools are scheduled to return to in-person learning, providing outdoor infrastructure is crucial. However, schools have limited or no funds to do this. And our school garden primarily it was funded by teachers. We put money together, it's essential, and the kids love it, and we like it, but we need help. So funding for outdoor infrastructure at a time like this should be a priority. Outside learning is a natural science lab of discoveries, of reasonings, of conclusions for our kids. And it also provides social development of the whole child, the whole child within a safe distance. So that is all I have to say.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. And Mr. Madden?
Actually, I'm Bob Slavin. I'm using my wife's computer, and she's Nancy Madden. So
that makes sense. Go ahead, sir.
How it works. Hi, I'm a professor at Johns Hopkins University and lead the Center for Research and Reform in Education there, and have been very.
Dr. Slavin, if you could just hold on for 1 second.
Okay.
I do have. I'm actually going to hold off on your testimony for a second and do some questions of our public witnesses, and then let them go ahead and head out. Okay.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you so much. Members, are there questions for this panel? Well,
Can
Dr.
Gasoi? Yes, and of course I'm going to get your name wrong. Was it Ms. Edie? I don't know. IDY. ID. Nice to meet you. And I would love to reach out to you and hear more about what's happening at Patterson. Would you mind putting your contact info in the chat, or otherwise you can just reach out to me.
That would be wonderful. That would be nice. I will be glad to do that. Thank you.
Yep. And thank you everybody for your testimony. Again, it's really helpful. And yes, thank you for being here so late.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I mean, I'd just like to say thank you. There's dinner happening in my background. Dr. Levin, I hope I'm saying your name correctly. I appreciated your recommendation about holding off until vaccination, because that's something firm. It's not an indefinite, not never, but it's firm, and it's also reasonable. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Let me try unmuting myself. Thank you very much for the public comment panelists. We really appreciate. Sorry, Dr. O'Leary, did you have a question? Oh, okay. So we really do appreciate you sticking with us throughout this panel. We have added your written testimony, if we received it, to our website. And I believe, Mr. Parker, did you have a question or a comment?
Yeah, no, I just would like to thank all of our guests tonight testifying. We will be sure to document all of the testimonies that we've received and pass them along to the Deputy Mayor of Education as well as the council. I would also encourage those watching and with us tonight to sign up for the council's virtual roundtable next Thursday the 21st at noon, where they will be talking about DCPS's reopening. It is my understanding that that roundtable is going to be restricted. And so likely everyone will not have a chance to share, but I would still encourage you to submit testimony on the record. And with that, I believe we're going to move forward to our expert panel.
Yes.
And that panel is going to focus on combating learning loss. And we just heard a litany of testimony about the very valid concerns that parents, community members, and educators have about opening schools. And that needs to be addressed by the elected body of DC. At the same time, we know that school closures and virtual learning is wreaking havoc on students' learning. And as a result, learning loss has resulted for many of our students. Virtual learning is not working for the multitude of students in DC. And so we're looking forward to the testimony of our panel tonight, and I will introduce them and jump in and get started. As part of that panel, we have Marissa Tercey, who is the Education Improvement Specialist with Empower K-12. We have Kendra Middleton, Associate Professor and Educational Psychology Program Coordinator at Howard University. Matthew Kraft, Associate Professor of Education and Economics at Brown University. Shwetlina Sabral, Senior Economist and Education Global Practice for the World Bank. And Robert Slavin, Director of the Center for Research and Reform in Education for Johns Hopkins. And I will say the whole name, Johns Hopkins University, and co-founder for the Success for All Foundation. Thank you, and we will start this evening with Ms. Tercey. You will have 5 minutes, and then members, after all of the panelists have shared, you will have an opportunity to ask questions.
Good evening, board members, and really thank you for the opportunity to talk about Empower K-12's learning loss study and a continuous improvement strategy that we are currently implementing in partnership with DCPS, Friendship, and Eagle Academy. My name is Marissa Tercey, and I'm the Educational Improvement Specialist at Empower K-12, and I lead our work with our Educator Continuous Improvement Networks. A new report from our organization, Empower K-12, released prior to the holidays, finds that the achievement gap is growing in DC and that our students are facing a COVID learning slide. The study included fall test data of nearly 20,000 DC students across DC public schools and DC charter schools who lost on average 4 months of learning in math and 1 month loss in English language arts during the pandemic this past spring and summer. Students who are identified as at risk, so defined as students who receive TANF or SNAP benefits, experience homelessness, are in foster care, and for our high school students are more than 2 years behind. Those students lost 5 months of learning in math and 4 months of learning in ELA. The COVID learning slide also affects DC's youngest learners, with the study finding that reading proficiency is down 12% for students in kindergarten through 2nd grade. And students who face the greatest drop in proficiency are students who live east of the river. Achievement gaps are growing in DC, and at-risk students are falling significantly behind. Our educators, families, and students are working hard to ensure that teaching and learning continue under extreme circumstances, but we must on how to close growing gaps now to the next few years. Now is the time for us to think boldly. It's the time to end racial and socioeconomic outcome gaps for our kids by the end of this decade once and for all. By outcome gaps, Empower K-12 does not mean an exclusive reference to math and reading achievement gaps, but we also care deeply about social emotional well-being, science, history, high school graduation, post-secondary educational attainment, and preparedness for adult life and career, really supporting all of our students holistically. Post-pandemic education will be a challenge for all. The teachers I currently work with are concerned about their students' well-being and their joy for learning. And I'm also concerned about teachers' joy for educating and really making sure that we retain our excellent teachers in our schools. The nature of all the challenges educators will face when in-person learning, becomes reality are difficult to predict. But we do know that the future of our schools includes a device for every student that, when appropriately complementing high quality in-person instruction, can be used as tools for fostering academic growth. If educators can quickly learn which strategies hold the most promise, scale them to more places, and continuously improve their implementation, then we can bend student learning curves to new heights and ensure that every student can thrive. I would love to briefly provide you with an example of how 16 elementary school teachers and 5 middle school teachers are working in our network's cross-sector to improve outcomes for students with disabilities this year. In collaboration with the Relay Graduate School of Education and the work that they are doing at a school leader level to develop inclusive schools, the teachers in our networks are working together to test out research-based ideas, use data to learn quickly what works and what doesn't, and continue improving to best support their students. The elementary school teachers in our network are focused on closing the literacy gap by targeting foundational decoding and comprehension strategies. They're working on explicitly targeting skill gaps in phonological awareness skills, implementing peer coaching to increase discussion and internalization of comprehension strategies, and really tracking engagement with students to increase their motivation. And then our middle school teachers are targeting GPA and attendance for students with disabilities by supporting their students with goal setting, developing a sense of belonging and relevance, and helping students shift from a fixed to a growth mindset. These teachers are collaborating to add in these social, emotional, and non-cognitive factors, and they understand that supporting our students and recovering from learning loss means focusing on all of their needs. Our teachers in both networks are learning quickly, sharing what works, and testing out ideas with meaningful data to help students get back on track. COVID educational recovery represents an opportunity for bold and creative solutions. We must give educators the space to creatively address the unique challenges that will await them next fall and provide them with the tools and support to gather solid classroom data and quickly improve. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you all today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Tercey. Next, let's hear from Ms. Middleton.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the invitation. While the COVID-19 pandemic has created a significant impact in the lives of many across the nation, K-12 teachers and students have been thrust into a brand new environment, and this new normal has continued far longer than many expected. Student learning has been impacted by stress, anxiety, illness, being forced to learn in a virtual or hybrid situation, and in some instances, a lack of resources. But all has not been lost according to preliminary findings, so there is hope. Results from over 500,000 students online and in-person NWA MAP growth assessments in grades 3 through 8 during fall 2020 were consistent and showed students scored similarly to the fall 2019 cohort in reading, but scored 5 to 10 percentile points lower in mathematics. In most grades, most students showed growth in reading and mathematics, but mathematics gains were lower than in previous years. Since there were differences by racial and ethnic groups, more data is needed to make definitive conclusions, especially since minorities, lower achieving students, and socioeconomically disadvantaged students were sometimes excluded from the analysis due to missing fall 2020 scores. Where are these students and why were they not tested is a question educators must attend to, because we have seen that the pandemic has differentially impacted minority and disadvantaged populations. We cannot just assume that these missing student scores will be similar to those who completed the assessments. Turning the focus to teachers, in numerous surveys and interviews conducted from March to November 2020, teachers consistently indicated they were not prepared to teach online and were definitely unprepared for the logistical nightmare associated with hybrid instruction. Teachers' roles and responsibilities have changed tremendously in addition to their former responsibilities. They have become, as one Chicago teacher indicated, like an emergency room doctor, always on call. Some teachers are purposely very accessible since they worry about the students both academically and social-emotionally. This, of course, takes its toll, so additional and accessible school health professionals should be made available. Teachers must be holistically healthy so that students can learn. While teachers are doing their best to ensure student learning takes place, educational researchers are analyzing data as they become available to provide results that can be utilized to inform instruction. Since this is all new territory, there's little past research that can help. However, there are now numerous publications detailing teachers' journeys throughout the pandemic, as well as articles presenting new data. Of course, the concern is whether this information reaches educators in a timely manner. One way to help ensure the information is passed to educators is through collaborative webinars or roundtable discussions, for example. Even if one is unable to attend, the presentation as well as a list of resources can be posted or emailed for reference. Additionally, there are some specific options to help decrease student learning loss and ensure equity across all students. High dosage or individualized tutoring for low-performing students would be beneficial since it has been shown to result in positive learning gains. This is costly and may not be an option for districts receiving less funds, but if districts are strategic, they may be able to hire college students or recent college graduates seeking employment to become tutors. The statewide Tennessee Tutoring Corps, which paid college students to tutor K through 6 students and was implemented this past summer, can be used as a model. There should be solid, consistent systems put in place that monitor for early warning signs of disengagement, such as missed assignments or absences. There should be consistent routines that become the norm to help students recover emotionally and engage academically, as there is strong evidence that focusing on students' social emotional learning is essential for academic engagement and re-engagement. Looping or having the teacher remain with the class for at least 2 years has produced learning gains previously, especially for minority students and those with less effective teachers. For mathematics specifically, teachers could include short anti-stress exercises and poll students on how they are feeling about the topics that day, as this could help decrease the anxiety, which can be exacerbated by remote learning. Unfortunately, we cannot rely on policymakers to move quickly enough. Examples of this are the Unite Act and the CORE Act, which were introduced last year at the beginning of the pandemic, but neither received a vote in Congress before the session ended and were not reintroduced. It seems that educators and educational researchers must become more closely linked than ever before, but this is a positive. Too many times previously, researchers have published journal articles that are more geared toward other researchers and not practitioners. The current pandemic has broken the past standard of working in silos, and hopefully we do not revert to this once the pandemic ends. We can all learn from each other, as research can inform teaching and teaching experiences can inform researchers. This is a necessary and healthy reliance now more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Kraft.
Thank you very much for having me this evening. I'm excited to contribute to the conversation and build on the excellent testimony that you've heard. In particular, you heard from Dr. Middleton about the efficacy and potential to leverage high dosage tutoring to address not only the learning loss that we've heard about that DC students have suffered during the pandemic, but also to try to accelerate learning going forward for a sustained way to reduce the long-standing education opportunity gaps that have plagued DC public schools and our nation's public schools as a whole. As a former tutor in college and a public school teacher, and now a professor at Brown University who has studied tutoring and instruction for over a decade, I have yet to come across an intervention with as deep and as rigorous of a body of evidence to support it as there is for high dosage tutoring. The reality is that the status quo is affluent families are able to access tutoring outside of the public school system in the private market. And those families who cannot afford those services are at a disadvantage. So failing to act only further reinforces that status quo. The current pandemic has exacerbated those inequalities and made them even more evident to us as educators. And high quality tutoring offers an opportunity for us to address not only the current crisis, but to improve the way that we deliver instruction going forward. I should say at the same time that tutoring is not a silver bullet. Education research time and time again reveals that evidence-based ideas do not always scale successfully, and they're not always implemented with fidelity. And so what's critical is to consider what are the characteristics of effective tutoring programs. I think the research on this is evolving, but there are a lot of reasons to think there's a common set of characteristics that help to make tutoring effective. One of the most common characteristics you see for the most effective programs is that they are integrated into the school day. And that can be done in a creative way, particularly during this time in which we're reconsidering how we organize schooling time. But tutoring as part of the public school system creates a culture of academic rigor and an expectation of attendance that many after school, summer, and weekend programs do not benefit from. In addition, tutoring needs to be frequent. It needs to be 3 to 5 times a week. It needs to be over 2 hours a week to have the time to develop relationships and really work with students to remediate and accelerate their learning. It needs to benefit from relationships that are sustained with, instead of a rotating cast of volunteers, a consistent tutor who works with the same student to not only support their academics, but to serve as a mentor and to support their aspirations to have another caring adult in their life. It needs to be supported by ongoing tutor training and preparation. And being able to do that online allows for us to have ongoing observation and peer feedback in a way that can consistently support tutors' ongoing learning. And critically, it needs to be aligned to the curriculum that's being delivered in each school so that tutors and teachers work as a team to support students' learning rather than being an ancillary, narrow, and temporary intervention. I would emphasize that tutoring has the potential to change the trajectories of students' outcomes. We've seen in the research evidence that high dosage tutoring can take a student at the 50th percentile of achievement and move them up to the 65th percentile. And that only narrowly speaks to the potential for academic gains. I think it has a lot of additional value for socio-emotional development and to benefit the tutors as well. I look forward to continuing the conversation and taking your questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have Ms. Saberwal.
Hi, everybody. I'm Svetlana Saberwal from the World Bank, and I will talk about some global data and global best practices about COVID-19 education. So first of all, our simulation suggests that in high-income countries like the US, an average student will lose about $37,000 of lifetime earning because of the learning losses that they have experienced during COVID-19. Now, how to minimize these learning losses? So we find that most education systems are in one of 3 phases. So first phase is a coping phase where the system is experiencing a shock and is just trying to stay alive. And it's in firefighting mode. And this is where most education systems were in April and May. The second phase is this managing continuity phase, where you've kind of acclimatized to the emergency and you are focused only on delivering the curriculum. And this is where most education systems are now. But there is a third phase that the more successful education systems are now finding themselves in. And this is the build back better phase. So in this phase, systems have acclimated to the emergency, but they have also started building in lessons, their own lessons and lessons from other contexts on how to deliver virtual education well. And I'm going to talk about the 4 key lessons or 4 key patterns that we see across these more successful education systems. The first thing is that all these education systems have focused on the fact that learning inequality is going to increase within classroom, right? So you are now going to have more learning losses among some students in the classroom and fewer learning losses among others. And that's a fundamental reality that these systems have to now adjust to. So what they do is they have a foundational principle, and then using that foundation, they put into place 4 practices. So the foundation is that they implement rapid formative assessment. So they help their teachers implement rapid formative assessments to basically take a pulse of the class to see which level different students are in, right? And then that enables them to then target instruction by the post-COVID student ability level, right? Which is going to be very different. And so it helps them teach at the right level, which is one of the strongest strategies to help students learn. The second, so the first practice is helping teachers teach at the right level. The second, by grouping students by their post-COVID ability level. The second practice is, it has already been mentioned, use these formative assessments to identify students who are at risk of falling below minimum proficiency levels and give them high dosage tutoring. So my colleagues have already spoken about high dosage tutoring. It tends to be expensive, but it's very, very worthwhile. The third practice that they're doing is they're using technology to provide personalized adaptive learning. Now, this is actually very common now in the US. Most education systems use it. But the key is to make sure that the poor and at-risk students have access to these devices that can give them personalized adaptive learning. And the fourth principle is actually a principle of what not to do, right? So the principle of what not to do is to not create too much pressure on students or teachers to catch up. And the best way to implement this is to really, for the education system as a whole, to provide teachers with guidance on prioritized curriculum. It's very important to not have an expectation that we're going to cover everything. We have to identify the foundational skills that is very important for students to master and focus on the foundations. This is actually a global movement now called Focus on Foundations. And beneath everything, there is a big guiding principle, which I want to leave you with, which is prioritize the well-being of the child and the teacher. Don't prioritize just learning. And to prioritize the well-being, you have to think about the mental health of the child and of the teachers. And you also have to help overcome some deficits that may have occurred on nutrition and on safety against abuse. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will have Mr. Slavin.
Hello. I'm very glad to speak with you today, and appreciate your willingness to stay all night to do a better job for children in DC who so much need the very, very best as they're coming through the experience that they've had with COVID and school closures because of COVID. I've been working for many years to understand, to try to look at evidence on what works for students who are at risk, for students who are struggling in reading and math, for example, for students who are at risk because of economic factors and so on. And so when the COVID disaster began to take place, I began to look in particular at what would be most effective for students who are generally students who are already behind, who are now much further behind because they've been out of school for a period of time and have had trouble getting access to remote learning and opportunities and so on. And I compared a variety of things, such as summer school that people were talking about, extended day, after school programs, technology programs, many other things. None of them had anything like the impact that tutoring has. And Now, it's not all tutoring programs, but that there are many tutoring programs that have been found to be effective in both reading or math. And it's not close that, that this is the most effective tool we have. Now, this has really been known for a long time. And the difficulty, which Dr. Sabrahal mentioned, is that everyone knows this works, but it's very, very expensive, or seen as very expensive. However, research in recent years has found, first off, that teaching assistants can be as effective as teachers when they're working as tutors with one-to-one or one-to-small group. And number two, that these are teaching assistants with college degrees who are, but not teaching certificates. And that while one-to-one is on average more effective than one-to-two, one-to-three, one-to-four, that there are individual programs that do very well with small groups, and the difference between one-to-one and, let's say, one-to-four is not very great. And so it's possible, therefore, to provide tutoring much more economically than has been true in the past. It's no longer a certified teacher working one-to-one with kids, which is a wonderful thing to have happen, but just simply can't be afforded. I've been also working in recent times to propose a national tutoring corps that would provide tutoring that would fund about 100,000 tutors to begin work in September 2021. And the emphasis of this is on using proven programs. This is really different from what government ordinarily does, and I think it's extremely important. There are specific programs that have been outstanding in terms of the level of gain that they can produce with students. They provide proven materials. They provide a great deal of professional development. They make sure that the programs are well implemented and are producing the outcomes that they should produce. And so our proposal is to bring together all of the programs that have proven themselves to be very effective to serve tutors, to scale themselves up to serve large numbers of tutors that could collectively serve 100,000 tutors, who then could serve about 4 million children in the US. The notion here is a focus on what works and a focus on quality of implementation, and a continuing focus on development and evaluation of new programs that may be able to work in areas, for example, where there aren't very many programs now, but there could be. So, for example, there's much more evidence of effectiveness and proven programs that exist in elementary reading, in elementary math, and very little in secondary reading or math. There's evidence that tutoring can be very effective for secondary kids, but it's just there aren't very many programs that are ready to do that. And there could be, so that there's no reason that there shouldn't be research and development to push forward in that area. And we need, more development of better and better programs over time to get better and better outcomes with children who are at such risk. This part of the idea here too is to provide good jobs for 100,000 people, most of whom will be recent college graduates who in a recession don't have a hope in hell. They, every recession finds that new entrants to the workforce are at enormous risk about getting into the job world. And so providing good jobs for people is very important. And we're also thinking that it will be a wonderful thing to recruit tutors locally who are going to learn proven programs, and they'll have an opportunity to prove themselves in terms of maximum impact with children and building good relationships with children and supporting their social emotional development and so on. and then to give opportunities for those tutors that do particularly well to get into accelerated certification courses, so that the tutors who have done very well in the real life situation of the school could go on to become teachers in the very areas where teaching better and more teachers are especially going to be needed, because most of the, we're talking about focusing on Title I schools and focusing on the lowest achieving kids. Title I schools tend to be concentrated in places with poverty, which often have difficulty recruiting the number of teachers that they would like. So for many different reasons, I think it's important to start with evidence, to use evidence to constantly enrich and evaluate what's going on so that we can constantly improve the quality of tutoring programs, and then to build on that, to build a better teaching core and a better and constantly improving tutor core to make a difference where the difference really needs to be made. And I'll look forward to your thoughts and questions.
Thank you. Thank you all for your rich testimony. We're now going to turn to members' questions. Mr. Hayworth will call the roll. And I would just remind members, you have 2 minutes for both the question and the answer. So it's recommended to be concise in both the question and in the response. Mr. Hayworth.
Thank you, President Parker. Dr. O'Leary.
I have a couple of questions and not much time. Ms. Tercey, how much support have you been given by the LEAs in DC as far as the program you're talking about?
Yeah, that's a great. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Now, I know that you're involved with some schools, but I really am interested in how much support, because I know that there's a lot of innovation out there that is being ignored.
Yeah, so luckily we're working with Relay Graduate School of Education, like I mentioned before. And so our work with our teachers is bottom up, and that's been paired with Relay's work with school leaders, making sure that improvements are working top down in conjunction with what we're doing bottom up. So each of our teachers that we're working with, their schools are working with Relay. So we're really making sure that our work is aligned. And so it's not just something that teachers are doing kind of off on the side, but making sure that it can be something that's kind of integrated into their school system and what they're doing regularly, aside from the work that they're doing with me.
Great, thank you. I also have a question about tutoring. What about, and this could be for anyone, the tutoring is really a one-on-one kind of an operation. How much of a hindrance is the pandemic in trying to set up tutoring programs when the tutors can't really be with the students live rather than online?
Well,
quick answer, please.
Most tutoring programs are right now working. They have an online version of their program, so it certainly can be done, and I think it's probably the best thing that can be done online. But I think that we have to look a little further forward. I think, you know, I don't think I'm a crazy optimist to imagine that schools will be open in September 2021.
Okay, my time is up, but thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chang.
Thank you. I also have a question about tutoring and what the research tells us about the minimum training requirements for tutors.
I can.
You know, all of you talked about this, so whoever has something.
So I think one of the things that we're grappling with is who can be a tutor and what does it take to support them to be an effective tutor. Those are things that we're still learning about. But I think the short answer is that in well-structured programs where tutors receive not only onboard training, but ongoing support, a wide range of young adults without formal training in the sense of a teacher can be successful as a tutor. Teachers' work is incredibly complex being a tutor is also complex, but it's different. You're working one-on-one or in a very small group. That's a very different dynamic. And so I think there's a lot of potential to bring in part-time college students, partnering with local universities, thinking about working with other nonprofits and organizations in the area. And although there's less evidence formally for it, I think there's certainly potential to explore leveraging peer tutoring opportunities among students in the same classroom or older high school students with younger students. And so I think what's critical is that ongoing feedback. You try something, you talk to someone else who tried something, you get more training as you go.
So I'll use my last few seconds. So there isn't a, minimum, we need to teach XYZ skills.
I would say not, but clearly you want to have enough professional development. The expensive part of tutoring is the tutors. If you're paying salaries to people who are tutoring, that's the expensive part. You don't want to skimp on the professional development that you provide or the follow-up. As Matt was saying, it's not just a question of how long you're trained before you start tutoring, but also the follow-up ongoing to see that people are making excellent use of this extraordinary opportunity to help children.
And also, if I may add, also maybe creating a network, like maybe you were suggesting about, a core of tutors so they can learn from each other and share experiences, because this is sort of kind of unprecedented. So that would actually really help.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Sutter.
Thank you. I'm super excited about the tutoring. I have lots of questions, but I'll probably compile them via email. Ms. Saberwal, I wanted to ask this question. I feel like a lot of conversations we're having, not just in DC, but in the US, are how to meet the well-being needs of students. And it seems to be at the expense of teachers. And I think we heard that loud and clear tonight. Are there places you're seeing countries do it well to meet both well-being needs of teachers and students? And can you tell us how to find that information?
Yeah, so I'm happy to share a few things. I think, the crux of the matter is that any investment that really pays off well, it also tends to be expensive, and there are fiscal constraints and there are difficult trade-offs. But at the very minimum, I think teachers want to feel acknowledged and heard. So, and their burnout is something that needs to be on the agenda. So again, I would emphasize the need for creating support networks for teachers where they can talk to each other. Also bringing in sort of less expensive aides and helpers to them. So those are the two types of strategies that can really help. And I think also giving them a forum where they can express their unique challenges. So some type of a way for them to document the issues that they are going through, because again, nobody has really understood them. And now there are a lot of studies on the difficulties parents and children are facing, and we should not skimp on doing some research on what teachers are experiencing. So these are the three things at the minimum, which are not very expensive, giving them support networks, giving them less expensive aids, and giving them a way to document their challenges, which are systematically sort of fed back into the system. Great. But I'm happy to share if I can come across other literature to John Paul.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Ms. Thompson.
Thank you for your testimonies. Ms. Middleton, you mentioned Tennessee Tutoring Corps. I'm curious for you and for some of the other panelists, are there particular organizations or outfits that you think are doing interesting things or doing this well already? And then I have another question about assessment, so be brief.
I probably shouldn't answer this because I'm not as familiar. I just saw also AmeriCorps was also doing some tutoring along with the Tennessee Tutoring Corps. So I don't have any other examples.
So I think a great source of information on this is both work that Dr. Slavin has done in his blog. He has a list of organizations that have really a rich evidence base. I would also refer you to the National Student Support Accelerator at Brown University that has started to build a network of districts and entrepreneurial schools that are building these systems in partnership with local schools, local teacher preparation programs, local volunteer organizations. You know, DC has been in the vanguard of developing a highly qualified and effective teacher workforce. And I think this is an opportunity for the districts, despite the both fiscal challenges in the health crisis we're facing, to really lead again in developing a core of tutors in partnership with local colleges and volunteer organizations and integrating their work into the school.
Thank you. And just quickly, assessment. Someone mentioned that we should be doing formative assessments. How often should we be assessing students?
So that was me. So, you know, assessments are tricky, right? Because they're very important to take the pulse and set a baseline to target instruction, but then you don't want to do it too much and they can create a lot of stress on both the students and the teachers. So I think, you know, I would say that the teacher has to judge the frequency that's right, but given that home environments for learning are very different. So in virtual learning sessions, maybe once in 3 months or something is not too much, and they need to be very light touch. And this is also something where teachers can help each other. So, you know, if some teachers develop a light touch assessment, then that can be shared and other teachers can use similar thing instead of everybody having to create their own thing. Once schools go back, they reopen, maybe such frequency would not be needed. But yeah, the idea of formative assessment is that they should be light touch, they should be low stakes, they should not have any stigma attached to it, and they should be very rapid.
Thank you very much. Dr. Reid.
Thank you. I guess I'll start with my comment first. I just have to repeat what Ms. Sutter-Wall said in regards to, she said, prioritize the well-being of the child and teacher. And that just resonated so much with me. And I really believe that when you do that, you feel the effects in the family and the community, because we're just focusing so much on what's going to happen beyond this. It's already stressful to just stay healthy and sane right now. So I just love what you said. My question is for Mr. Kraft. There's a lot of interest regarding community efforts around tutoring. You gave us a really good list of things if tutoring were to happen in the school setting, but are there any, I guess, lists or suggestions that you would provide for community members to get engaged with supplemental learning activities such as tutoring?
Are you referring to families helping their students access this outside of school, or for people who are interested in tutoring to get involved?
Community members who may be interested in setting up tutoring programs, et cetera.
So there's been a lot of really entrepreneurial growth in building online volunteer tutor platforms. A lot of these have come from college campuses, students looking to give back in their communities. I just spoke with an organization earlier today called Schoolhouse that is a spinoff of Khan Academy's efforts, and they're building one of these platforms. COVED, COVED.org is another organization that offers volunteers to sign up to serve students. And so I think those opportunities are there and they're growing. What I would emphasize, though, is that doing that in your local community probably best takes advantage of what volunteers have to offer, because they can understand the context of the students they're working with and hopefully coordinate more directly with the schools. And I think that's the real catch here, is being able to have not just a separate siloed tutoring infrastructure, but one that works in partnership with the school system.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Patterson.
Yes, thank you. This is for Ms. Tercey, Marissa. Marissa, first part, You said you mentioned ego and friendship. I don't know which friendship campus you're working with, but in another school, which was the other school that you guys are working with?
So we're working with a few DCPS schools as well.
Okay, I wanted to make sure that was between charter and DCPS schools.
Mm-hmm.
So here's my question. What are your suggestions to help combat some of the learning loss described in the study and help students get back on track? And the other question is, have the teachers in your network found any promising hybrid learning strategies, social emotional, academic strategies?
Yeah. So I'm going to try to keep this very brief. But for some of our suggestions, I think the first thing is really listening to families and students in the community and really, getting their input because they also, they know what's best as well. So really making sure to listen to them. We did a fall well-being survey. And so doing that again and thinking about how to get family input. I think really monitoring COVID impacts on learning and social emotional wellness, like we've all talked about, we know that those are both equally important. Really doubling down on data and disaggregating it to make sure that we're highlighting and unraveling patterns of racial inequity that we know have existed pre-COVID and are widening through COVID. And really advocating for these bold ideas, thinking about how can we be creative in extending learning time? How can we use tech that students have? And then for the second part of your question, our middle school teachers have been doing a lot of work of targeting those non-cognitive factors, and they've seen a lot of success so far with goal setting. Students are really motivated when they're given the chance to think about how they can reach their goals, personal and academic, and really ownership. Like, what do I have to do to reach this goal? What are the many steps that I can take, and how do I plan for those obstacles? And then our elementary school teachers are doing great at thinking about ways to collect that meaningful data very frequently. Every time they have a small group, what's a quick at-bat that they can get some data to improve their instruction for the next day? So those are some of the many things that they have come up with that have been successful.
Thank you, especially for working in my community. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Gasoi.
Thank you. I have a question for Ms. Sabharwal. Sorry, did I say that right? I am wondering about if you could say a little bit more about the prioritized curriculum. Is that a standardized thing? Like, can you say what some of the prioritized curriculum looks like what is prioritized, or is it something that gets tailored to each school community where they decide what's prioritized?
So I think it's, so in some sense, it's, so first of all, I think education systems have to define it, and then the education system can decide at what level they want to define it. It's simpler to define in lower grades. So for primary grades, I think there's a lot of consensus on what some foundational skills are that, all other learning is built upon. And it's very important to make sure everybody masters those skills. But it gets much more nebulous and ambiguous in higher grades, right? But I think the key is maybe to set up some type of for education systems to set up some type of a semi-formal mechanism where they can have a collection of subject experts and teachers and pedagogy experts and, like 3 or 4 multidisciplinary members who sit together and sort of define that for science, for grade 8, we think these are the, 6 key topics that every teacher must make sure every student masters, and everything beyond that is bonus, but should not be really considered very important in this difficult time.
Got you. So it's more a concept at this point than, yeah, okay, that answers my question. Thank you. Do I have time for one more question?
Well, we will have another round. Ms. Wattenberg.
Hi, my first question is for Dr. Slavin, and that is, you've talked about the most effective programs. Could you just say something both by name, what you think are the most effective programs, and then also the extent to which we can easily pull from those programs and say, oh, that's what works, and let's do that, or is the success very inherent to the program?
Let me answer the second question first, because I think that I think it is really a mistake to try to extract the principles from effective programs and then say, well, anybody who does that is going to do great. The difficulty is that the programs themselves are complex. They have many, aspects. They have curriculum. They've got, different grouping strategies, assessment strategies, and so on. And but most importantly, they've got a track record. They've shown that they're effective. When you say, well, what I'm doing here is an awful lot like this very successful program, it usually isn't. One thing that there's a lot of research on school family, what do you call it? School family programs, nurse family partnerships, in which nurses work extensively with extremely impoverished mothers and their babies. The original program that was very extensively evaluated in many different places and always showed tremendous impacts. People looked at that, and that now there's a federal program to support people to do something that's very similar. They said, well, look, we're going to do something just like what the original program did, and they failed almost always. I think there's something about that's more than just a set of variables that you have to know to truly make a big difference, a lasting, life-changing difference in the lives of people that doesn't get captured very well by saying, well, you could do a little of this and a little of that, because it usually just doesn't work that way.
So let me follow up on that. And if I go over, it might be just my next question from the next round. But so we have in DC, and I know in a lot of other places, we have AmeriCorps tutoring programs, we have different volunteer tutoring programs, and there's a lot of tutors in the schools. Now, can those programs be as successful as the kind of effective program you're talking about, or is that unlikely? Or how would we make it so?
Well, it's not a question of entirely of who provides the tutor. There are specific AmeriCorps programs like the Minnesota Reading Corps that's been very successful. And they've also supported other AmeriCorps programs that have been very successful in the research in improving student reading and math performance. But other AmeriCorps programs, you don't know because it depends what they're doing. So it's not the fact that you have an AmeriCorps t-shirt, it's the fact that that you've been trained in something and monitored and helped, mentored to become an outstanding tutor. That could be an AmeriCorps person, it could be a volunteer, it could be a paid teaching assistant. But whatever it is, they need to be doing something that is not being done for the first time. That has been rigorously evaluated many times if possible, and with kids who are severely at risk and found to be effective over and over again.
And can you say what the difference is in effectiveness between the most effective?
Ms. Wattenberg, we are over time by quite a bit. If you can hold the rest, or maybe Dr. Slavin can put it in the chat. Okay. President Parker.
Thank you. Two quick questions. Ms. Soberwall, you talked about formative assessments. Recently, our state superintendent's office came. We're going to administer our state assessment. There are questions around fidelity as well as the usefulness of data. Can you just speak to how other countries or other localities are dealing with concerns around testing fidelity or how they're using data? And if you can keep that to 30, 40 seconds, and if time permits, Mr. Slavin, if you or anyone can just, we talk about tutoring as just a warm body, but in my experience with schools, I do know a barrier is the content expertise, if you will, or individuals learning the specialized standards. Can you just speak to your experience of how schools have dealt with that? But let's start with Ms. Soberwall.
Yeah, so usually, there are these summative, the state assessments tend to be, I don't know about the US system very well, but there are these, the data that's used for analysis usually comes from the summative assessments, right? Which are designed very carefully and they're tested and so on. But the problem, for teachers, formative assessments are useful because they're quick and they can be just done quickly, but their data is not that useful. So they're serving two different types of purposes. And I think it's a mistake to try and use one instrument for too many things, because the problem with a state assessment or summative assessment is that they can put pressure on teachers and students. They can create some sense of stakes and pressure. We want these formative assessments to be very light for both the system, just to take the pulse.
Thank you. And Mr. Slavin?
I think you're asking a very good question. We're not just talking about warm bodies, we're talking about college graduates, and we're talking about extensive training for these people who really are quite extraordinary people to work in their own communities. The key is, it's not a question of everybody having to have their own curriculum knowledge. One of the things that you have to realize is this. The tutoring that we're most concerned about, kids who are really far behind, is going to not, you can lay out the curriculum and the, what the assessments will be and that sort of thing, because you know that the kids they're all, what their problems are based on pre-assessments of those kids. And then you can teach tutors to teach those specific things. They're not having to be, philosophers of knowledge in order to do this. There's a big difference between tutoring kids, for example, let's say fifth graders who are at the fourth grade level. That's a very hard thing to do. That really does take a teacher who knows about the curriculum and can integrate with what's going on in school and so on. When you think about a fifth grader who's working at the first or second grade level, those are skills that are very, very well established. They're easier to teach in a sense because of that. And so you can provide a structured program to pick up kids where they are and move them forward very rapidly so that they can move forward many grade levels in many cases to succeed. And that's why it's possible to use people who are not certified teachers in this case. Go ahead, sorry.
I hope to pick up this line of questioning next round. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we are now beginning our second round. So please go ahead and raise your hands again if you have additional questions for this panel. I do see there is quite active questioning also going on in the chat, which I very much appreciate. And we'll make sure that everyone gets copies of all of that information, as well as contact information for the panelists if needed. Dr. O'Leary.
Yes, I'd like to get back with Ms. Saberwal about formative assessments. I'm an English teacher. I taught for a long time, and I always gave a formative assessment to find out where my students were on the first day of school. And at the end of the school year, invariably my students, the average was about 3 grade levels of improvement, because all we did was read and write and talk about what we had read all year long. But I don't think that, when we talked about this a year ago when we were going into this pandemic, about what was going to happen in September when schools opened, what should the schools do about formative assessments? Because my idea is that they needed to find out where the students were and teach from there. And that's what you're talking about, right? So if you could talk a little bit more about that with the minute and 25 seconds that you have left.
Yes, no, thank you so much. I appreciate what you just said, because we also think that formative assessments are crucial. So I think the idea is to, first of all, encourage teachers. So make this a best practice tool for teachers to implement formative assessments on the first day back when schools reopen. And if virtual teaching continues for too long, then also to implement some of these in the middle of virtual training. So to encourage them and to also provide them with some tools and resources on how to do good formative assessments, because not all teachers are able to do this well. That's the second thing. And so if a teacher, for instance, designs a good formative assessment, so like I said about teacher support networks, she can maybe upload that and other teachers can use it as well, right? So creating that community. And the third thing would be to really coach teachers, again, through maybe best practice sheet or tips and tricks, about how to destigmatize formative assessments for students. So that's a very crucial thing, to make sure that nobody feels pressure, nobody feels stigma, and that people are sure that this information will be treated with confidentiality and respect. So very much not use that to feed into their school records and so on and so forth, right? So we have to create that culture where formative assessments become a positive thing. And to do that, I think we can do these 3 or 4 things to get teachers on board. I hope that answers.
Thank you.
Ms. Thompson.
I have one question, and it's really a question for clarification. Anyone can answer. Are we suggesting that these strategies have the biggest impact while we're still virtual, or are we thinking about these as more like once we start to reopen, start moving into recovery?
I'm certainly talking about the situation where the students are in full-time in-person instruction. There's very, very, very little research about what's effective in online instruction, and there's a lot of belief in some evidence that online instruction just doesn't live up to the level of what's possible in person. But we're going to be back in school, so eventually, and at that time we should not be just going back to normal. Somebody was talking about I think it was Dr. Saberwal was talking about the 3rd stage where you're building better. That's what we're talking about, is saying, okay, now the crisis is over, but we have children who are far, far behind. That's a crisis. We cannot just go back to business as usual. We need to do something intensive and effective to really move them forward rapidly.
Thank you.
I think there are a number of programs that are attempting to deliver tutoring during the pandemic via these online programs. Their evidence base is thin, but there is some suggestive evidence that programs like Saga Education have been able to adapt their highly effective program to a kind of hybrid online format. The benefit of the current hybrid model is there's often asynchronous learning time built into the school day where this type of tutoring virtually could be plugged in and benefit kids. And we would need to learn if that's effective, but we know that not acting is a choice to support the status quo, and that's also a decision.
A couple of the things, sorry.
No, please go ahead, Ms.
A couple of the things I mentioned, I was referring to specifically online instruction, such as the polling, because students like with math anxiety are already, they're anxious, and then with online instruction, they're even more anxious. So, just a lot of them have their cameras off, so you're unable to see their facial expression, which you can see in class. So the polling might help. And then what was the second one that I mentioned too? Oh yes, the consistent systems that are in place to early warning signs. Again, missed assignments, or if the students aren't logging on, teachers should actually be aware of that and kind of nip it in the butt, or try to anyway, before 2 or 3 weeks down the line, maybe after the end of the first week. So those are specifically for online.
It's very helpful. Thank you. Dr. Sutter.
Yes, thank you. So my question is to Ms. Middleton, but also to anybody else who may want to sort of tag onto it. It's about thinking about how we implement these tutoring programs so that we don't exacerbate learning gaps. We know that some affluent students are already getting a lot of enrichment and additional work in this time. And what we don't want to do is see that widen further by applying tutoring equally to everybody. So how do we approach this in a way that's really equitable? And is this summer? Is it wait until fall when everyone's back in school? Are there differing opinions on that?
So I think that some districts actually look at test scores, and they use that as a way to assign tutoring or tutors for students who have low test scores. And other schools during the summer, they use the summer to assign tutors, again, for those students who had lower grades and or test scores because everybody didn't have test scores for last year, but so they looked at grades.
I see others nodding along. Anything else that folks would add? Otherwise, I'll yield my time. Awesome.
I would just note that there was a study in inner city schools in Milwaukee that found that that tutoring was just very, very successful in that case for kids who were below average. For kids who were above average, it didn't do a thing for them. So I think it's really important that for all reasons of equity, of really going to where the problem is, to focus on the kids who are most seriously behind. They show the greatest gain, and they need the greatest gain. These are kids who are headed for special education or for very long-term difficulties without tutoring. You don't want to mess around with them. You want to go with them with the best you can possibly provide to reduce gaps and to really rescue children. These are children very, very much at risk.
Thank you all.
Dr. Reid.
Thank you. This may be a little off topic, but just curious, have any of you heard or know of any jurisdictions who may be considering like almost kind of custom learning plans when students, kind of going back to the Build Back Better, like kind of customized learning plans for students, whether it could be like, students are coming back, student might have great, math reading skills, but, social or even motor, or might have great math skills, but reading, just kind of any rumblings about that or insight?
So I'm not very familiar with the US system. I work mostly with low and middle income countries, but as I mentioned, there's a focus on foundations program, and then I'm going to try to share whatever resources I can find from that. I understand that it's mostly targeted at lower grades where there's more consensus on what foundations are, but I'll share those resources.
Thank you. And I just have to kind of like throw in a thought. I can't see time. 46. Okay. Then also, how do we balance? I'm hearing like a lot of emphasis on, math and reading, but then how do we balance some of the other skills? Yes, you might want to focus tutoring because someone's testing a certain way, but then that student's, in summer school for reading and they're missing out on opportunities for art or travel or other ways to be civically engaged. So any thoughts about that balance?
I can jump in. One of the things that we have really worked on with our networks is thinking of these like creative change ideas and thinking about how to test them and how to test them out quickly. So one of my teachers, for example, was trying to figure out a time to do small groups to kind of catch up on those foundational skills, but she knew she didn't want to take away time from specials. So really having collaboration both with me and other teachers to think about how can we customize this to your context and to what you need, and trying it out. And she tried it on an asynchronous day and it didn't work. We learned from that quickly. And so really taking what we learned quickly and improving quickly to kind of really customize it and meet those needs to really ensure that our students are getting the holistic education that we know that they need and deserve.
Thank you very much. Mr. O'Sullivan.
Thank you, John Paul, and thank you guys for coming to speak to us. I've been listening. I've just been resting, but I found what you all were talking about was fascinating. One of the things that I do during the week on Mondays, I virtually tutor a student that goes to Amadon Bowen Elementary School, and most of our tutoring has just been focused around like overall, we started in the summer and it was mostly math and English, and mostly it was just getting her to like read consistently over the summer, especially because being in elementary school then and not being able to be in person, I'm sure like it would have been more difficult to get her to actually do what she needs to do to stay engaged in the classroom. And one kind of thing I've always wanted to do since I was a middle schooler really was find a way to get more students access to tutoring. And my question was, if you were targeting like a program towards elementary school students, and this can go to anyone, would you want it to be focused on what they're learning in school curriculum wise, or would it be some of the more general things of like, how can we get them engaged outside the classroom by like reading or doing whatever, like using or learning some of those skills that they need going forward?
I think that tutoring offers the potential to do both of those things. Not in every individual session, but if you have a sustained relationship as you've built, that you can both focus on a day-to-day basis on those core academic skills, but you can serve as a mentor and a role model and someone who talks about how you've arrived and navigated the education system and share your experiences. And I think the more that we can integrate those kind of life lessons into the expectations of, well, we're focusing on content 2 days a week, and the third day we have these kind of social emotional development, the more that will support kids a whole holistic and well-rounded learning. And the key there is to not just say tutor or student meet together and the magic will just automatically happen. It's to say, let's actually have a social emotional learning curriculum that we support tutors to help have those relationship building conversations on top of the academic work that they're doing. And I commend you for the work you're doing, Alex.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Wattenberg.
Thanks. So first, I just want to thank all the speakers for staying with us until 10 o'clock. Appreciate it. Second, I think this goes to Dr. Kraft, but I'm not sure. I think he's the one who talked about the ratio that is best to have 1-to-1, but then actually 1-to-2, 1-to-4 isn't as bad. Or it might have been Dr. Slavin that it wasn't much different. And my question to whoever it was is, when you talk about tutoring in a 1-to-4 ratio, is that different than a small group? I mean, is that different from a small reading group? Is it?
Well, it has to be structured to be different. Actually, we have a program called Tutoring for the by the Lightning Squad, Tutoring with the Lightning Squad. That is a 1-to-4 program. But the kids are working together in 2 pairs. They have they share a computer. They're going back and forth with each other, serving as coach and reader. And then, and the tutor has then a specific role to work with the kids to make sure that they're making the kind of progress that they should be making. It's not a question of really just take a 1-to-1 program and now do it with 4 kids at a time. It's a question of working with programs that are designed for 2 or 3 or 4 kids at a time to make sure that they're all making good progress.
But it's also, I guess, also what I'm getting at is what you're saying is it's very different from if you go into a reading class, if you go into a class, you'll often see small groups, 4 kids, 5 kids, 6 kids. But I think what you're saying is this is a very different idea about what you do with those 4 kids.
Definitely. Yes, exactly.
Okay. All right. And do you want to say anything about what the most effective programs are? Or actually, I'm going to just ask you that offline, or I put in the chat. What I want to ask anybody who wants to answer is, thinking about heading into the summer, what is the place of tutoring in this? In other words, do we want to have sort of regular summer schools, but you just make sure that every day people are getting an hour of this tutoring? Is that sort of the best way to look at this? Should we just be having kids come in for a couple hours a day of tutoring during the summer? I mean, any thoughts about what it looks like for sort of a full summer rollout? If we can get funded, we're in this very intensive situation.
I think summer can be a good time for providing tutoring, and particularly this summer, because assuming that the schools could be open, we don't want to waste any time to get, kids moving along. I think tutoring, especially for the younger grades, for kids who have been, first graders are in such a horrible case because they missed kindergarten, essentially, that they missed in-person kindergarten. And second graders, third graders, that I think the summer could be a wonderful opportunity to get those kids, on track to success in the regular year. The difficulty is that a lot of kids don't attend summer school. It's not required. And so many of the kids who would have the greatest difficulty wouldn't be there. So you can't count on summer school for doing everything, but it can do quite a lot.
Thank you very much. President Parker?
Yes, Ms. Tercey, I'm going to direct my question to you. And my experience with schools is that there are two factors that are really difficult for them to adapt to what's going on now in schools. One is capacity. Like, do they know how to adapt curricular resources to build that bridge that you're talking about, meeting students where they are to getting them to grade level? That's not always a given that that level of expertise is in a school building, as well as resources. Some schools have the benefit of being able to contract out, partner with certain organizations. Just can you speak more to like how the teams in the cohorts of schools you're working with are managing that process of supporting teachers to adapt instruction or curricula to meet students' needs?
Yeah, definitely.
I'm sorry. And a sub question to that is, or is the expectation that teachers are supposed to rise to this moment and kind of go it alone? So if you could just speak to how that plays out with partners, that would be helpful.
Yeah, of course. The expectation is definitely not that teachers rise to it alone. I think that is the beauty of them working with us. I'm a former teacher, so I fully understand that teachers have a million and one things on their plates, but I also know that teachers really want more than anything to make the changes that they really know their kids deserve. And so working with an outside organization like ourselves, I'm the one doing a lot of the research and bringing that to them because I know teachers don't have that bandwidth or that capacity. So we talk about it. This is what I found. What resonates with you? What do you think is going to work? And then we test it out quickly because you're right. It is a very big gap. And the things that I know I used to do in the classroom don't necessarily work over Zoom. So really providing that additional support to them, giving them the opportunity to test it out, try it quickly. And as soon as we realize it's not working, let's make a quick fix and pivot so that we can ultimately kind of try to close those gaps as best as we can, rather than just doing the same thing over and over again and waiting months until we see that it's no longer working.
Thank you all. I believe that concludes our panel and testimony portion of our meeting tonight. On behalf of the board, I want to thank all of our expert guests tonight. Your testimony was truly rich. If it is okay, what I'll ask the staff to do is just compile any remaining questions that board members may have. And to our guests, we may share those with you. And if willing, we would love for you to continue to weigh in, as I know some members may still have some lingering questions. But thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the work you do. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you for your service.
We will now move forward to administrative items on our agenda. First up is our 2021 calendar. Transparency is paramount for the board, and what we have before us is a calendar detailing when members of the public can watch and or join the state board's public meetings. And so with that, is there a motion to approve the calendar?
So moved.
Awesome. It has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Being properly moved and seconded. Mr. Hayworth, can you call the roll?
Thank you. Do you want to ask about discussion on the calendar first?
Yes. Is there any discussion or comment on the calendar?
I just want to double check. The February meeting, I feel like in your opening remarks, you might have said February 26th, or maybe I heard that wrong. And then February 17th is on the, okay, what's the right date?
I was wondering if anyone caught that. That was a typo in my script. And so my apologies. And we will meet on the date that is listed in the calendar. which I believe is the 17th, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the roll. The motion is on approval of the 2021 calendar of meetings. Dr. Gasoi.
Aye.
Mr. Chang.
Yes.
Ms. Wattenberg.
Aye.
Dr. O'Leary.
Aye.
Mr. Parker.
Aye.
Dr. Sutter.
Aye.
Ms. Thompson.
Aye.
Dr. Reid.
Aye.
Mr. Patterson.
Aye.
Mr. O'Sullivan.
Aye.
Ms. Dell.
Aye.
The motion is approved.
Thank you. We will now move on to SR 21-1, outdoor education funding. Last month, members of the state board sent a letter to the mayor with a request for allotting funding for outdoor learning for our schools. And tonight we're taking up a resolution so that members can continue to weigh in on this matter. I would invite Vice President Gasoi to make the motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Awesome, thank you. The motion has been properly moved and seconded. The resolution will be read into the record. Mr. Hayworth.
State Board of Education resolution supporting school access to funding for outdoor learning options, SR 21-1. Whereas since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, parents, educators, and medical experts have consistently testified at State Board of Education public meetings to request support for schools to provide outdoor learning options. Whereas DC Public Schools and DC Public Charter Schools students have testified to DC Council and to the State Board of Education that being in front of computers during the school day is causing them to experience feelings of isolation, vision problems, and mental and physical stress. Whereas low-income communities and communities of color are disproportionately impacted by lack of access to reliable technology needed to fully participate in distance learning and are also more likely to be impacted by learning loss during distance learning. Whereas low-income communities and communities of color are disproportionately impacted by the spread of the COVID-19 virus. Whereas currently Term 3 plans are focused on bringing students back to indoor settings, even as COVID-19 cases are rising, with an additional surge of cases anticipated following the holidays. Whereas a recent DCPS parent survey revealed that families residing in wards 5, 7, and 8 are less likely to opt to send their children back to in-person learning or care classrooms in indoor settings. Whereas there is substantial scientific evidence that being outdoors greatly mitigates the spread of the COVID-19 virus. Whereas providing families with more options to return to safe in-person schooling outdoors will mean more working parents, including teachers, can return to work. Whereas due to the pandemic's impact on students and families, schools must address learning loss as well as increased social, emotional, and mental health needs. Whereas outdoor learning has been shown to improve student engagement and academic outcomes, as well as physical and mental health of students, teachers, and staff. Whereas families with means are accessing outdoor education for their children through enrollment in private schools or participation in privately organized learning pods, which may serve to widen opportunity gaps within the district. Whereas the mayor's office has made funding available for local bars and restaurants to winterize outdoor seating areas. Whereas community-based environmental and outdoor education programs are equipped to assist schools in offering innovative and supportive partnerships that were available to many schools across the city pre-pandemic. And whereas schools and community groups across the city have successfully piloted outdoor learning opportunities, showing that this is a viable and positive alternative to returning to in-person learning exclusively indoors. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the DC State Board of Education advises that Mayor Bowser to create an initial $4 million fund to be made available immediately in the form of grants for DCPS and DCPCS schools to apply for, should schools choose to offer outdoor learning options as part of their Term 3 or 4 reopening plans, as well as for possible summer programming. And be it further resolved that the State Board requests that Mayor Bowser advise the DCPS to reinstate and increase pre-pandemic funding for outdoor education through partner agencies and organizations.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the resolution?
I would like to say something. You can go ahead, Representative O'Leary. I'll go after you.
I think it's a great idea. I hope from all the testimony that we've had in the last 6 months about it, that it's well overdue. I have a question about the mechanics of it, though, just by listening to that again. It says that anybody can apply for it, but it doesn't give any kind of monetary limits or anything like that. Who is going to be the person or the group that's deciding on that? Are we going to put that in the mayor's hands or in the deputy mayor's hands or OSSI's hands?
Yeah, should I answer questions or should we?
Yes, feel free.
Okay, so that's a really important question, and I think the answer is I don't know yet, and we haven't gotten a response from the mayor yet. But actually, I would like to give an update on where we are with the advocacy piece of this. So there has been a lot of momentum based on our letter from last month, and so as you know, we've gotten some media attention on that. And then one strategy we've been using is gathering together these partnering organizations. So you heard from some of them tonight, from Foodprints and Outteach, and there's several others we've heard from as well. And kind of gathering them together to be the brain trust and come up with a plan. So what we've kind of landed on is finding 4 or 5 schools that want to pilot this. And we already, we're in this conversation with several right now. There are a couple that seem like they're on board and more coming on board, and coming up with a plan based on their interests and needs, pricing it, and kind of making it a more concrete and direct ask to the mayor. Those would be to fund the pilots. We also might get other funding to do that, just so that we have these pilots up and running. And then we're still asking for the 4 million, as we discussed at our working meeting, probably for term 4 and summer. Now that doesn't answer your question, I know, which is where would this money be housed? Who would be?
I think that I'm not trying to pour water on it, but
I think that's a really important question. I think there needs to be more conversation with, system level leaders, because I don't feel like we are in a position to say it should be housed in DPR, for instance, or DOE. I think that that's something to be discussed with the mayor's office.
But I don't know much about resolutions and things, but it seems to me that we should have more specificity in the resolution rather than sending, because I think that if you were giving me that as a resolution, that I would send it right back to you and say, well, who's running this thing?
Yeah, I will say for the winterizing restaurants, that money was made available immediately. And yeah, we can look into who.
But the restaurants were there and there was a need. I don't know if it was, I think it was Dorothy Parker who said there's no there about San Francisco or Oakland or something like that. But we don't have, it's much too vague, I think, in the way it's written. I think we could, I know it's already written, but.
Yes, and I sent it to you.
Thank you.
No, I know that, but
anyway, go on. It's okay.
Yes,
that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to discuss it, right? I have a problem with the fact that there's no direction to it once it's left us, because I don't want to get into somebody's hands and they decide this is how we're going to spend the money.
Thank you, Representative. For the sake of time, we're going to move to others. Vice President Gasoi, I saw you wanted to make a comment, or do you want to wait to the end?
I wanted to also talk about the equity impact statement. I gave my sort of overview of where we are now.
Why don't we wait till the end for the statement, and I will go to those that have raised their hands. And I would just say, colleagues, as you make your statements, if you have a question for Vice President Gasoi, if you could just make that clear. So I don't want her to feel like she needs to respond to everything, nor do I want people to feel as though they're going to be addressed. So we do want to just open it up. First up will be Representative Sutter, and then followed by Representative Patterson.
Thank you, President Parker. So Dr. Gasoi, I appreciate this resolution. I appreciated the letter we sent to the mayor's office in December. I have a few concerns about the resolution. I would share Dr. O'Leary's concern, and I would add 3 others. One, we asked for $4 million in a letter directly to the mayor's office and were ignored. To the best of my knowledge, we haven't received any response at all, which makes me wonder about the wisdom of asking for the same amount again via a resolution. I wonder whether it doesn't reflect poorly on the fact that like we asked once, we're ignored, and we're just going to sort of do the same thing. The second is knowing what I do about the DME's announcement from the mayor's office about the $10 million for charter school facilities. That money was announced at the beginning of December. It is clear that it will not be made available until at least March. It's being done through OSSI. It will not be dispersed until at least April. So knowing that money was identified at some point, and I still don't know where that money is coming from because I've been told it's not CARES Act funding. So it's money that was identified prior to an announcement in December that won't be made available till April. I think our timeline on this is unrealistic to expect that money would be identified and out the door for term 3 or term 4. I do know that the restaurant money seemed to come out of things pretty quickly, but I think education funds, we have good evidence that they do not move that quickly ever. So I think we have to be realistic about the timeline and what we're asking for this to actually be. And finally, I think for me, I have a question around our focus as a board. We are hearing a lot from teachers and community members now, and we are responding to what we are hearing. And that makes good sense for us to do on a lot of things. But I hope that on the issues around our schools right now with reopening and COVID, that we put ourselves forward as the visionaries because no one else seems to be doing it. So rather than fixing problems we did not make and do not have authority to do directly, I would love to see us focus our energy and efforts on the vision. What does summer look like? If we start talking about that in January, we might actually have a chance to get our ideas implemented by other agencies. What does fall look like? Who's thinking about that? Right now, I'm not hearing DCPS talk at all about fall because they're still talking about term 3. So how do we position ourselves as the forward-looking folks rather than the fixers of problems made by others? So those are my concerns about this. I think there's fine things in here, but I think it's a little repetitive, and I would love to see us take a more visionary stance rather than the fix-it approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sutter. Representative Patterson.
Yes, not to belabor it, what Representative Frazier O'Leary and Jessica Sutter have stated. I'm a little concerned about the process in the request itself of how we're going to go about asking for $4 million. Being a charter person that works for a charter organization, when they went about asking for the $10 million, they had a process which was a little bit more feasible for them to actually get and lobby for the $10 million and how they went about that process. What my concern is that we don't have the, I guess I don't want to say just connection, but the route to ensure that this is really a possibility for us, whether that would be someone from the council that is also helping us to lobby, or that we have heard back from someone within the administration that says this is a strong possibility. So that is my major concern, is that we have not heard anything. I don't want to do resolutions just to be doing resolutions, as was stated by Representative Sutter. I want to make sure that there's a high probability that, you know, someone is looking at it, is also going to advocate on our behalf, because we do not have budgetary responsibilities. That's also going to support that actually does and can affect the budget. I want us to be a serious board when we do put resolutions, and that they are taken very seriously, and that we've had an indication prior to approving that resolution that there is a strong support for it that we need. So that's my concern in my statement.
Thank you, Representative Patterson. Representative Thompson.
So I actually want to respond to a couple of things. I think first and foremost, yes, it makes sense to kind of give some direction. My guess is that live somewhere between DME and OSSI. That would be, so that would be my suggestion. that's not something that holds me up from being supportive, because I do feel a need to be responsive. I don't think every resolution that we put forth is something that we put it forth and that means it's automatically fixed, or that we only present things that we feel like are a surefire bet that we'll win. I do think that the outdoor learning conversation is one that's been ongoing. And I think we also need to be realistic as a board, just in that there are probably other levers we'll have to pull to make the spirit of this resolution a reality. So I think that's realistic. I don't think just because it's, the context and the circumstances aren't perfect, that's not a reason for me to not support it. And I look forward to working with the board to, make the vision a reality. Oh, I'll say one more thing. I'm sorry. On the timeline, that was the other thing. We don't have control over when the mayor or anybody else disperses funds. That's real. Yes, that's real. I will say though, I'm not going to tell myself no. I'm not going to ask for less than I hope to get. And so there might be some miraculous way that their funds come down in term 4 or funds come down during the summer. But I wouldn't concede that up front in putting forth a request. So I do want to acknowledge that it's possible that it might not happen for term 3 or term 4. I still feel like it's worth doing. And I don't think we should loosen the timeline.
Thank you, Representative Thompson. Representative Wattenberg.
Thanks. I guess I probably am most sympathetic to what Representative Thompson just said. I mean, I appreciate, and I've talked with Representative Patterson before about some advocacy stuff, and I have a lot of respect for what he knows about that process. It does seem to me, though, that this is very much look, we're in the middle of a pandemic. Everybody knows we need to do things. I think, even the mayor understands that things are not looking perfect for going back to school. I think people are going to be searching for ideas to make it work better. I believe Ms. Gasoi, Vice President Gasoi might be able to respond to this. I'm pretty sure that Councilwoman Alyssa Silverman is very interested in this. And so that also might be a vehicle for moving this forward. As Representative Thompson said, if we push enough and all the stars line up, maybe it'll be, I don't think it's not gonna be for February 2nd, but it could be in the spring. And we're also likely to be in a situation in the summer, frankly, where a lot of people are still gonna feel a lot more comfortable outside than inside. And the needs are a little different for what do you need to do it outside in the summer, but they're not non-existent. So I think it still does make a lot of sense. I think we should, if people want to put in a line about, we would anticipate that the funding would go to OSSI, or maybe a specific amount to DCPS and then another amount to OSSI, and that it would be dispersed based on grants, grant proposals from LEAs, or in the case of DCPS from schools. I think that could be a way to frame it. But I do think, to speak to what some others said, this is really an idea that people want to happen. And we saw that tonight. I talked about some meetings I was at recently. I know it's been going on at a number of places around the city. And I think part of what we can be very effective in is being supportive, lending our strength to the kinds of issues that people are already effectively moving, and they're this close to getting it. And, we can help push it another yard. So I would hate to wait until February. I mean, we can, so I think we should pass it tonight. I think we should add in something, a sentence about OSSI, or, grants out of OSSI as an example, I think is the way we could put it, because the truth is, the council is going to discuss it. The mayor is going to discuss it.
Thank you. Representative Reid.
Thank you, President Parker. I'm in support of the resolution. If we can find money for our restaurants, we can find money for our future restaurant owners who are our students. We heard tonight in testimony that, there are parents who funded a whole pod and doing outdoor learning in Ward 8. I think every time we've done it, it comes out of one of our pockets because we care. So the supplemental funding would be helpful for, I think every time we have an outdoor learning experience or supplemental learning activity, it's at least 20 children that are out there. And so, yeah, we need the support financially from the city. I also would offer that, and I'm learning my timelines a little better, but I know budget talks are starting to come up. So this could be an opportunity to at least, get it in the mayor's face again. And then I'm also curious about who this resolution may have great weight for, even if the mayor continues to maybe not listen. Someone, could possibly pull at the coattails, or our constituents can say, why has the board passed this resolution or provided a resolution and a letter to you? And we provided hours of testimony and you haven't been responsive. So I will be in support of this resolution this evening, in support of the residents of Ward 8 who are engaged in outdoor learning.
Thank you. Representative O'Sullivan.
Thank you, President Parker. So I was listening to the discussion about the resolution, and I decided to pull it up. And so I'm reading the part, I guess, that's a bit controversial, whatever you want to say, and I'm reading it, and it makes total sense to me. I'm kind of wondering, I may not totally understand where the debate is coming from, and I did understand some points that were being made by Representative Sutter about looking towards the future and being visionary, and I definitely think that's something we should do. But I also think we should pass this resolution as well, because if there's one thing I've noticed is that, especially since the pandemic started, people voice their frustrations, overall general frustrations with their public education system through our meetings. Like in our public meetings, we have 60 people sign up for public testimony, and there's an additional 100 that go on the YouTube live stream. There were videos that got 3,000 views, whatever it may be. Whether the resolution is symbolic or not, whether it's perfect or not, I mean, I think it says something that if there are people coming to these meetings and making their concerns visible to us and saying we want outdoor learning, and quite frankly, people have been adamant about it for a while, and we've seen it across all 8 wards from DC. And really, I thought the presentation in the last public meeting about outdoor learning and in some ways that teachers are providing resources to students did it enough for me. But I mean, if the mayor doesn't want to follow our request or the people's request for $4 million, I mean, like Representative Reid just said, I mean, I think it says something that at least someone can point to and say the state board passed this, and then nothing happened, we did this as well. I think just because there's nothing being done about it by the people who can actually create the policy that would establish this, I think it's still our duty to listen to the people that elected, I guess, you all, and do what they're asking us to do. And I think what's written in this resolution is what people have been asking for. And I guess you can get into the nitty-gritty of where the funding would be coming from and how it would go through, but that kind of does open 100 more questions. So I understand the concern, but I know I support this resolution because it's one of maybe 3 things that I've heard repeatedly for the past 6 months. So, I mean, I also think we should try to do more, but even if that means these meetings being until 1 in the morning, I don't know. But I mean, this is one meeting each month that people get to come to. and say what they need to say and try to make their voice heard. So I think we ought to do whatever the people tell us to do, and it's reasonable and it's pretty well supported in this case.
Thank you, Representative O'Sullivan. Vice President Gasoi, I'm trying to hold you off to be the last person. Are there any other comments, suggestions, questions? Representative Chang?
I think as a new member, I'm still learning, the process, right? And I think I found it interesting that in one of our testimonies, there were, it seemed like we had two themes tonight, right? I mean, we had the folks who wanted to, wanted to make it very clear that they did not feel safe going inside on February 1st, and a lot of folks in favor of outdoor learning. In the chat box, you all saw this. I'm still mulling on this, and I think it's worth pointing out that the teachers who were there not to support outdoor learning, but were there to, when I asked if they would feel more comfortable going back in person if it's outside, said yes, but, right? And I just want to kind of think through what that means for us in terms of how this may be, I think I would be supportive of this letter today. I just want to encourage us to be thinking about what it means in terms of, how this becomes either a mandate for teachers, how it becomes an option for teachers, how it becomes a mandate for families, how it becomes an option for families. What does it mean for schools to choose to buy into this, and how that kind of plays into this broader mess, actually, right? And as part of that, I think one thing I'm still trying to think through is how do we zoom out as a board and think through all of these different requests for funding that schools need and prioritize and in a long-term way, right? And what that means historically for us. Have we been successful at responding to the needs that come up? I think one of our biggest problems as a city is that we've been addressing problems as Band-Aids, right? And not as long-term solutions. And so, we even just today, we had these two themes, and I'm struggling to find the way that they connect. And I just want to make sure that we're problem solving in ways that put all the pieces together. So yes, I would be supportive. I think Representative O'Sullivan, I found your arguments really powerful, and I appreciate your perspective here. Just, again, as a new member, really want to make sure we're thinking through that I'm learning also what the process is to actually make the changes we want to see.
Thank you, Representative Chang. I'm going to jump in quickly so that Vice President Gasoi can have the last word, and you can address what you've heard and or what you're thinking. I want to pick up where Representative Chang left off and just caution us not to conflate this idea of outdoor learning with all of a sudden all teachers feel safe. And I know that's not the intention. And I share that as I've heard directly from some educators that whether it's outdoor or indoor, they don't want to return to school until it's safe, and they feel as though it is currently not safe. And so I do just want to honor what I believe heard tonight, but also that there are some educators that even outdoor learning will not meet the concerns that they have. I do want to also recognize what I think are valid concerns from Representative Sutter and Representative Patterson. I totally agree. We don't want to pass resolutions for the sake of passing them. And I do think it is troubling that there are some initiatives or letters that we share that don't receive responses. My thinking, though, is that we still have an obligation to the multitudes of people that came here tonight and that have come many months to share their concerns, but also to speak to what we think is best for students. And I, to Representative O'Leary's concern about where the money goes, process, the mechanics, as he put it, I think that too is very valid. And Vice President Gasoi, I don't know if we want to hammer that out tonight on the dais, but I would recommend that we amend the resolution to address some of that. I think Representative Wattenberg was hinting at making some recommendations, whether that's OSSI or something else. So I too am supportive. I also just want us to know that this isn't a one size fits all resolution, and moving forward, I do hope that through strategic relationships, but also just purposeful planning, we can make sure that our resolutions carry more weight. But thank you for your work on this, Vice President Gasoi. I know you've put in a lot of hours to just make sure you've heard folk, but also honored the many testimonies that we've heard. So thank you. And I will turn it over to you to share any last remarks that you want to share.
Thank you. And thank you all for your very thoughtful words and your summaries of what you've heard over the last 6 months and your concerns. I think they're all really important. So first of all, I would say that I'll use Representative Chang's word. This is messy. We're in a very big mess, right? Things are broken. And there is no clear path to doing anything, including reopening, right? Like, we know that. And so this is a conversation back and forth between the teachers, the parents, the system leaders. And what I would say, to the concern about the resolution being vague about where the money is housed, or where, it will be, if it will come from one source or more. I think actually it's a strength of the resolution that it doesn't saddle, it doesn't prescribe where it will come from. And in fact, actually, can I pause and just ask you, Mr. Hayworth, if you could weigh in on that? What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's an interesting question. I mean, from my experience, both in the mayor's office, as well as my experience here at the state board, doing the budget here for the past 5 years or so, I tend to think that Dr. Gasoi is right, that keeping it a little bit open would allow more flexibility from the mayor's office to sort of take from different pots whenever they can find the money. It may be that the easiest way to get this out is to put it in the Office of Partnerships and Grants. It might be that the easiest way to do this is through the DME's grant office. But their grant authority is very limited. It might be easier to do it under OSSI, but there's not a grant process there. So they may end up having to do it through DEMPED or another agency that we haven't really thought about. So I think it should probably be a little bit more open to allow that flexibility in the mayor's office and the mayor's budget office. But I understand the idea too, to keep it into an education agency. But I think that if we think a little broader about where all of these pots of money across the district exist and they can pull and take from other places, we may get closer to our solution.
Thank you. That's really helpful, actually. And that was sort of my thinking with this. And also, just to address Dr. Sutter's concern about the money moving slowly, that may well be the case. I mean, and I do think part of, I did amend or revise the resolution to make it go until summer. So I just widened the timeline there. And I totally agree on, being visionary here, planning ahead. I think that the clause in the therefore section does kind of push that, right, the timeline up. But what I would say is that, another really deliberate piece here is that if it's money that existing money that the mayor is finding, that money could be tapped more quickly. That is my understanding. So that's another piece of this that was actually pretty deliberate. And what I would just urge everybody to consider is, this is an advocacy tool. I agree with Representative Wattenberg 100%. We should not wait until February to pass this. I think we have heard our constituents. We've been hearing them for 6 months. I can't say it better than Representative O'Sullivan or Representative Reid. I agree 1,000%. Also, Representative Thompson really said it all, that this is something that, and I should add also that, you know, we have piloted an outdoor learning program in Oxen Run Park in Ward 8. We've had several events. They get filled to capacity every time with Ward 8 families. They want this kind of programming, and we have to really push forward because this is an equity issue. You heard the teacher say there are families that have access to outdoor education 5 days a week for a full school day because they can pay for it. Because they can pay for it. And all our students should have access to that if they want it. This is not going to be mandated. This is a fund that schools that are excited and interested and have their own plan would have access to. So this is what I'm talking about when I say this is about connecting the dots. We have been working for 6 months to gather all of the puzzle pieces together, and we're pretty close to getting them ready to connect. So I absolutely don't think we should wait. I think we need to pass this tonight. And I'll just end there.
Thank you, Vice President Gasoi. With that, I would recommend Mr. Hayworth that we call the roll.
The motion is on approval of SR 21-1, resolution in support of outdoor education funding. Dr. Gasoi.
Aye.
Mr. Chang.
Aye.
Ms. Wattenberg.
Aye.
Dr. O'Leary.
Aye.
Mr. Parker.
Aye.
Dr. Sutter.
Aye.
Ms. Thompson.
Aye.
Dr. Reid.
Aye.
Mr. Patterson. Mr. Patterson.
Aye.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Mr. O'Sullivan.
Aye.
Ms. Dell. Mr. President, the resolution is passed.
Awesome. Congratulations, Vice President Gasoi. And thank you for, again, all your hard work on that. We're now going to move to new business. Are there any comments that any of you would like to make for the good of the order? Representative Sutter.
Very briefly, next week, 2 weeks from now is DC Parent Voice and Choice Week, and parents from PAVE will be visiting their council members to talk about school choice. So if you are in contact with your PAVE PLE board, you may just want to reach out to them and see if they have any thoughts for the board members. In conjunction with that, the My School DC lottery is open, and I requested hard copies of the My School DC school guides. I now have 3 boxes of them sitting outside my condo door. So if anyone wants hard copies of the guides for their people, just send me an email and I'll arrange drop off. But I think I requested 100. So I'm certainly happy to share, 10 or 20 here or there to make sure that others can get them. I don't know how many extras the My School DC folks still have, but I'm happy to start with my stock and hand out from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative O'Leary.
I have a question about, is there a Martin Luther King parade this year?
That is a good question. I'm seeing conflicting head nods. Some saying yes, some saying no.
There isn't one? Okay.
I am not clear, but we will find that out.
It's going to happen this weekend, I would think, or because the holiday is Monday, right?
Yeah.
But I haven't heard anything about it at all. The second thing is, I think it's like 8:30 or something like that. So we have a little bit of time if we're living in California. And, but it's been fabulous being at this meeting tonight with our new board. And look, I'm glad that nobody was hesitant about speaking. And we've hit the ground running, so we can't stop now. Let's keep up the heat.
Absolutely. Any other comments? Representative Reid?
Yes, in the spirit of outdoor learning, in Oxen Run Park on Inauguration Day at 10:30 a.m., there's a rhythm, math, music, and cello event sponsored by the Friends of Oxen Run Park and the DC Coalition for Equitable Outdoor Education. If folks have more questions, they can either email myself or Representative Gasoi. Yeah, we have, I think, 20 families so far at the moment. So.
And do they mind visitors or people to observe?
Yes, please come and watch. And we also take feedback and funding. So come on down.
You have to RSVP. We'll send the information because there is a limit, right? Isn't that true? I think there's, yeah.
Yes, but if you want to watch from far away, I think we just want people to witness it too. But we can work it out. We want to stay in compliance with DPR for sure.
And that would be a good problem to have. Any other comments?
Yeah, so the Student Advisory Committee is planning another distance learning town hall for February. I want to say it's the third, maybe second week of February so far, but there is a survey that we'd appreciate if you all could share with your wards and schools. We want to try to get panelists from people who aren't just a part of the committee so that we can get a good diverse representation of the district. So we're probably going to cover topics like distance learning, of course, like we did last time, but maybe work in how students are feeling about school reopening, because we haven't gotten to hear a lot about what students think. Obviously, it'll kind of be a different context mid-February, and we'll see what happens until then. But I'll put the link in the chat for that. But I'll send more information on when the date is finalized. But it probably will be a webinar like last time, the event.
That would be helpful. Anyone else?
I've got one other thing that I've forgotten completely. Sorry.
Representative O'Leary, if you don't want us to go, you could just say that.
No, I've got to go cook. I don't want to lose anybody.
No, I know. Well, feel free to message us. Not seeing any other comments, I'm going to entertain a motion for adjournment.
I'll move that.
Any seconds?
Second.
Being properly moved and seconded, I guess I need to take a vote. We're not doing a roll call. We're gonna just say all in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. With that, we are adjourned at 10:53. I want to thank you all for sticking with us and to the public for joining as well. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, I know what it was. It was the teacher survey that we were supposed to send to the charter schools.
We are adjourned.
The deadline over on that.